I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee. Today is Wednesday, December 6, 2023. The time is 1:21 in the afternoon. This hearing is being held in room 412 of the Johnny Wilson Building, although most of the witnesses will be testifying virtually, and this hearing can be watched, well, in person in room 412 or via the Zoom video conference broadcast platform or the council's website, www.dccouncil.gov. The subject of today's hearing is academic achievement in the District of Columbia. Since I've become chair with oversight of public education issues, we've had a hearing every year around this time on the issue of academic achievement, and we use the results of the annual assessment, which has been called PARC, as the basis for this hearing. And so this is once again our annual hearing on the issue. The stated purpose of this hearing is to examine academic achievement in the District of Columbia Public Schools, that's DCPS, and the district's public charter school sector, that's DCPCS. Specifically, this oversight hearing will focus on DCPS and DCPCS's performance, as well as their plans for educational growth. Following the release of the first Partnership for Assessment of Readiness for College and Careers Assessment, Partnership for Assessment of Readiness for College and Careers is otherwise known as PARC. Following the release of the PARC Assessment and Growth Scores, the district has administered since the start of the pandemic. I broke up that sentence and messed it up. This is our this oversight hearing will focus on performance following the release of the first PARC assessment since the start of the pandemic. These results continue to represent indicators of learning loss from the COVID-19 pandemic, but also shine light on areas of opportunity for all district schools. This hearing is an opportunity to discuss the steps the district government is taking to improve literacy and numeracy and improve academic performance overall. The committee has held a hearing on this matter annually. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, it will close at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, December 20th, 2023. We have 40 witnesses prior to our getting to the government witnesses. And I'll be calling the witnesses in groups of 10. But first, let me turn to my colleague, Councilmember Matt Fruman, if you have an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. I will be brief, and I'll be coming and going during the course of the hearing today. This is obviously a very important subject, and Chairman Mendelson, I applaud you for having a hearing on this subject every year. This witness list is packed with people who have devoted decades to trying to improve our schools, and I'll be very curious to hear what they have to say and what sort of suggestions they make. And we're at a moment, the PARC scores coming out of COVID. Obviously, everyone knows the PARC scores collapsed. We're starting to see a comeback from that, and that is great. Some of our kids who need our help the most are lagging the furthest, and I hope that this hearing and the testimony from many of the witnesses will focus on that. How is it that we help our kids who have fallen behind and who really need our support and help the most in this moment? So I look forward to hearing the testimony, and thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson, for holding the hearing.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. So let me call the first 10 witnesses. I've been going back and forth in my mind how to do this. Sometimes I call about 20 witnesses, but it occurs to me that the 20th witness has to wait for the other 19, which is over an hour. So I'm going to try groups of 10. Katrina Shelby, Principal, Kramer Middle School. Alistair Chang, Ward 2 Representative to the DC State Board of Education. Robert Henderson, Ward 5 Representative to the DC State Board of Education. Vilka Scott Marcus, who's Chief Academic Officer at Friendship Public Charter Schools, Gregory Spears, who's the principal of Friendship Below Pierce Public Charter School, Samantha Thompson, who's an ELA instructional specialist at Friendship Public Charter School, Ariel Johnson, who's Executive Director of the DC Charter School Alliance, Kathy Riley, who's Executive Director of SHAPE, Chelsea Coffin, who's Director of the Education Policy Initiative at the DC Policy Center, and Jennifer Cartland, who's Executive Director of REACH Incorporated. Check with staff. The hearing notice said witnesses should limit their testimony to 4 minutes. Ordinarily, we say less time if there are a large number of witnesses, which are. We're going to put everyone on a 3-minute clock. If you're in gallery view, you'll be able to see the clock. And we will turn off the mics or flip the trapdoor or whatever when we get to 4 minutes. So Ms. Shelby, if you're here, you are first, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, staff, and members of the public. I am Katrina Shelby. I am the proud principal of Kramer Middle School. I'm here today to tell you about the progress we have made over our last 4 years. I began my teaching career in my home state of Mississippi. I've taught high school. I've been a department chair. I have mentored new teachers, and I joined the District of Columbia in 2013, where I've worked as a 9th grade academy coordinator, as well as an interim principal. And I've been the principal of Kramer Middle School since 2019. Today, I'd like to leave you with one key message. However you measure it, Kramer Middle School has improved significantly over the last 4 years. Whether you're looking at our attendance, chronic absenteeism, suspension, state test data, enrollment, student satisfaction, parent satisfaction, and teacher satisfaction, we're moving in the right direction. Let me give you a few examples of the progress we are starting to see. In 2019, our attendance was at 73% in-seat attendance. We improved our attendance by 8% last school year, and right now, year to date, we're at 90% of our students in attendance. We have reduced suspensions by 73%. Our enrollment has grown by 33%, and our PAR scores have improved for ELA to pre-pandemic scores, and with our math data is approaching our pre-pandemic rates. And I'm so thankful and proud of the work of the Kramer Middle School team and our amazing students every day. Every year, we have worked to improve our academic identity and culture. This year, we launched student-led conferences in which students worked over the course of 2 weeks to analyze their student achievement data and craft a presentation demonstrating what they've learned in each of their content classes, what barriers they may have experienced, and what they plan to do in the next term to improve. For students whose parents could not attend, they were able to share their presentation with community volunteers and receive feedback. Parents who were able to participate shared their experience and helped them and were able to have thoughtful conversations with their children about their academic performance. The work of school improvement is challenging and requires clarity about school vision. At Kramer, we are dedicated to ensuring that 100% of our students enter 9th grade prepared proficiently for all that awaits them. No one leader can do this work alone, so I chose to focus my leadership on being transformational. We work to cultivate teacher leadership, and from that, we've been able to build the capacity and the leadership pipeline in our school building. There's more information in my written testimony regarding how we have transformed Kramer Middle School. And I look forward to any questions that you guys may ask me at the end of this hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Shelby. I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that. I hope you heard me. I don't have a copy of your statement.
Yes, do I drop it in the chat?
No, don't drop it in the chat. Our staff will email you how to send it to us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alistair Chang? I believe he's not here. Robert Henderson?
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for convening this hearing on academic achievement. My name is Robert Henderson. I'm the Ward 5 member of the State Board of Education. These views are my own and do not represent the views of the board as a whole. Much of the discussion today will center on test scores. Just as a matter of framing, I would like to say that our students achieve academically in all sorts of ways, many of which do not get captured in test scores. Still, the test scores that we have indicate that we have a long way to go in reaching the achievement levels that we would like to see and then eradicating the gaps we know should not exist. It is tempting to zero in on the most proximate factors related to academic achievement, perhaps the least costly and maybe the politically easiest factors, but those might not be the most powerful levers for boosting academic achievement and closing gaps. I think that it is vital that the council view its influence on academic achievement on at least 3 levels: structural, systemic, and school. First, structural. We know that academic achievement correlates strongly with socioeconomic status, and it is not hard to imagine why. Students learn best when their basic needs are met: food security, income security, healthcare, and housing stability. Socioeconomic comfort affords all sorts of benefits and freedom from the stressors that negatively impact the academic achievement of those living in poverty and economic insecurity. There's so much before the council right now, from the district child tax credit to social housing, to work to shore up the distribution of public benefits, that are all important in their own right, but are also important for moving the needle on academic achievement. Many people will mention chronic absenteeism today. These structural issues, and not just school level issues, drive absenteeism. Second, at the system level, we need to fund our schools adequately and equitably. I greatly appreciate the council's efforts to stabilize school funding. I know the expectations are for a tightening budget, but I do not see us making significant progress without increasing funding and devoting much more funding to the schools with the hardest to serve student populations. Even as the DME works on a new adequacy study, it is disheartening to note that none of our historic budget increases over the years have met the level set by our last adequacy study. Another systemic factor linked to increased academic achievement is socioeconomic integration, which is hard to imagine without a significant increase in the proportion of school funding towards higher need schools. Finally, at the school level, stability and continuity among school leaders, teachers, students, and programming are important, as are engaging teaching and learning and strong relationships between teachers and students. All of this underscores how important it is to support our educators. The council has recently had 2 hearings on educator retention. The issues raised and solutions proposed, from the need for a WTU contract, a new DCPS evaluation system, support for educator wellness, student loan relief, and more, are not just about teachers, but are about academic achievement. Maybe we can continue making incremental gains, maybe not, but to make the dramatic progress the city needs and our students deserve, I think we need to prioritize significant investments at each of these levels. And I'm only scratching the surface. There's more, of course, at each of these levels that can move us forward, but we need all of them to get us to where we want to be. Thank you again for your attention to this issue, and I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Vielke Scott Marcus.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and staff. My name is Vielke Scott Marcus, and I am an educator with over 30 years experience. I began my career as a special education teacher and speech language pathologist. I worked in DCPS for 15 years as a director of related services, then as deputy executive director in the offices of special education, and finally as a 7-year principal at Payne Elementary School, including in the year when Payne student Relisha Rudd went missing. So I tell you directly, I know what it is to support students who are at risk and the devastating consequences when there simply aren't enough supports, whether at school or in the community. I am now in my 9th year at Friendship, where I serve as the Chief Academic Officer. In this role, I am proud of the progress we are making with all students, but especially those often considered the farthest from opportunity. I expect there will be a lot of talk of data today, and there should be. I will keep my contribution simple. Compared to citywide growth on Park, Friendship grew 3 times the city's average in ELA, exceeding our pre-pandemic performance. In math, we doubled the city's growth for at-risk students. At every grade, Friendship's proficiency rates in the city's growth for at-risk students At every grade, Friendship's proficiency rates in ELA exceeded the city's average for students who were at risk and African American. The same is true for nearly every grade in math. I'm encouraged but not satisfied. I recognize that it is strong relative to other schools and reflects the hard work of Friendship's educators, students, and families, but I also know that it does not yet reflect the true promise of our scholars. The fact is, and you know this, we may be moving faster ahead, but many students are so far behind that it is a marathon, not a sprint. Urgent work lies ahead. At the time when council is considering legislation to position OSSE to better support struggling schools, increase teacher retention, increase access to out-of-school time programming, and to prevent the ESSER cliff from swallowing the hard-earned progress of schools like Friendship, I want to share a few perspectives that are working well. One, research-based curriculum implemented with fidelity. A few OSSE grants have gone to high quality curriculum. Our educators need the resources, but they also need deep training to implement these resources. Two, a high bar for grade level expectations. Three, intense supports for students who are not yet on grade level to move faster. Like in other public schools in DC, many students are entering Friendship behind grade level. Consider the impact of how schools respond to non-readers entering middle school and even those entering in high school. Standardizing the approach to student well-being. Our youth are in crisis in this city. Turned inward, we're seeing self-harm, anxiety, absenteeism. We need more resources in the community, and prioritizing our daily advisory sessions, social emotional curriculum are things that we do at Friendship. Lastly, it is important to name the investment that OSSE has made in the science of reading and dyslexia screening. These contributions have been game-changing. The city must now do the same for math, and working with city leaders, other LEA researchers, advocates, we are poised for a math summit in the spring. The teachers, the city's teachers have answers to this, and we are convening them along with leaders to kickstart this system. We are grateful for council for helping us raise our salary scale for teachers and the impact that it has had on retention. As council considers the support for schools, please prioritize investments that retain our best educators in concrete terms. At Friendship, 1 in 10 people in instructional support are funded through ESSER and may be gone at the end of the year. We are making necessary instructional changes and cutting costs away from our schools. We simply cannot overcome this loss on our own.
Thank you very much, Ms. Scott Marcus. Gregory Spears.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members and staff. My name is Gregory Spears, and I am the proud principal of Friendship Blow Pierce, located on the sunny side of Ward 7. This is my 11th year at Friendship and my 6th year as principal of Blow Pierce. I've been an educator for over 15 years, all of them in Wards 7 and 8 here in Washington, D.C., starting as a pre-K paraprofessional, then becoming a pre-K teacher, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade teacher as well, before getting into school leadership. At Friendship Blow Pierce, we share a collective urgency and understanding of the need to support students and families as they proceed through academic recovery. And I am proud of the progress we made last year. In ELA, Blow Pierce Elementary School's proficiency more than doubled from 9% to 22%, and Blow Pierce Middle School's proficiency increased from 20% to 32%. In math, Blow Pierce Elementary School's proficiency more than doubled from 14% to 36%, and Blow Pierce Middle School's proficiency increased from 7% to 13%. In addition, for the 22-23 school year, both Blow Pierce Elementary and Middle Schools were named by Empower K-12 as 2 of only 12 bold schools for demonstrating proficiency rates that are significantly higher than schools serving similar student populations, something Blow Pierce Middle School has done consistently since 2018. And according to the recently released OSSE report cards, Blow Pierce Middle is one of the 10 highest performing middle schools in DC. In addition to what you just heard from Ms. Scott Marcus, I'd like to share a few other things we are doing at Friendship Blow Pierce that are driving achievement. At Blow Pierce, we have a teacher retention rate of around 90%. To achieve this, we allow teachers to do what they do best and provides hands-on, targeted support to help all teachers continue to improve. We provide structure and support, but we don't confine our excellent teachers to a single way of being and or doing. We allow teachers who have demonstrated high performance the flexibility to utilize what they have learned works for scholars, which supports the professionalism of our teachers. Teachers who can provide evidence and data that what they are doing is working have more flexibility to innovate. This flexibility is predicated on implementation of our curricular programs as the standard, but then adding and crafting supplemental strategies and approaches that yield positive results. Our Tier 1 instructional programming with fidelity is the floor, earned autonomy and mutual respect is the key. In addition, whenever practical and appropriate, we loop teachers with students typically for 2 to 3 years. It isn't set in stone, and it depends on the educator capacity and the class need. When teachers loop with students, they aren't starting from scratch with kids. Everyone knows the expectations. The families and students know and trust the educators on day one, so we can get to work right out of the gate. This is an important way in which we ensure students have access to more instructional time with less time needed to establish the supporting conditions and more time available to do rigorous grade level instruction. I could go on, but from our CapEx pilot, which has improved student attendance and provided opportunities to integrate traditional classroom-based instruction to real-world learning in our city, to the Center for Excellence in Literacy that Ms. Thompson will talk about next. We are always looking for ways to strengthen our program to the benefit of our students. I'll close with this. It takes a village to do this work well. Our hardworking scholars, our excellent educators, and our engaged families all play a critical role. So does this council and OSSE, as you have provided the resources to do more and to climb higher. You have provided the resources we put to such good use at a time of educational crisis in our community. There are more skilled hands in our schools than there were before the pandemic, and their work is not yet done. We are not yet where we need to be, and yet we know the fiscal cliff is approaching. I do not envy you the job of ensuring schools have the resources they need in the years ahead to continue the essential work of academic recovery, but that is what I ask of you. Continue to invest in schools at work, like Friendship Blow Pierce, and we will continue to light the way and show what is possible where the sun shines brightest, right here at home on the sunny side of Ward 7. Thank you for creating this space for us to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Spears. Sorry, I had to step out for a minute, but thank you for your testimony, and it's good to see you since I visited your school recently. Samantha Thompson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and staff. My name is Samantha Thompson, and I am the English Language Arts Instructional Specialist and Literacy Coach at Friendship Blow Pierce. I work with teachers in grades K through 3. I am also a letters facilitator working with teachers in grades K through 5 within my district. This means I am certified to train other educators in the science of reading. I have been at Friendship for 16 years and served in many roles, including elementary teacher, team lead, and coach. I am also the Friendship Public Charter School Literacy Champion for the Center for Excellence in Literacy. I'd like to also thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for your visit to Blow Pierce a few weeks ago to see literacy in action. Like Principal Spears, I am incredibly proud of the growth and achievement of our scholars, and I'm also deeply aware of the need to continue accelerating student growth. Critical work lies ahead. Each day, I witness more scholars finding joy in reading because of the resources you have provided. I'd like to take a few minutes to share what makes our implementation of structured literacy and the science of reading so successful. One of the biggest contributing factors to our success is that we invested in using the close reading method as a guaranteed way to support scholars in their ability to think critically about and independently about a text. We focused our efforts on professional development, aligning practices, and enhancing consistency across all grade levels. Our approaches are research-supported, data-driven, and consistently implemented. Having a narrow focus and strong, consistent execution is essential. We use formative and diagnostic data to skillfully place scholars in appropriate groups in order to ensure, to the best of our ability, each scholar is getting what they need. For example, in grades 3 and 4, our most vulnerable in need of intensive support scholars receive a small group literacy block each day. All of our intervention blocks have at minimum 2 educators in the classroom. This maximizes instructional time and provides an opportunity for educators to hone in at the skill level. We use data science to implement the science of reading. We integrate supportive technology into our instruction. Our scholars use Lexia as a main intervention, and we get useful data to support the program that we are implementing. At Blow Pierce, we provide everyone with the tools they need to support literacy. All stakeholders, including paraprofessionals and dedicated aides, receive letters and ongoing science of reading training, coupled with ongoing coaching support. The highlight of the manner in which we train non-degreed staff is that we provide them with critical school-based professional developments as they pursue their careers and career advancement. It's a huge win for our kids who have access to more highly trained educators supporting literacy, and for the organization as we provide high-quality professional development and grow our pipeline of future educators. This is the hallmark for our newly established Friendship Center for Excellence in Literacy, an institution that allows all stakeholders, degreed or not, to be deployed into Tier 1 settings to ensure that everyone is getting a double dose of research-based instruction. It is also a way to train those who are on the path to becoming teachers. In closing, I would like to thank you, council, and the mayor for supporting educator raises at Friendship. Thank you, OSSI, for supporting our literacy initiative at the school and district level. Please don't let the rug get pulled from under us as ESSER funds will end. We are getting started. We are just getting started. Let us show you what is possible when we sow into great educators with strong implementation of research-based practices and provide consistent funding. Literacy is the movement at Friendship Public Charter School, and I thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Ariel Johnson?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Fruman, and members of the committee. My name is Ariel Johnson, and I am the Executive Director at the DC Charter School Alliance. Earlier this year, the nation's report card revealed that math and reading performance of 13-year-olds hit its lowest level in decades, including the largest ever decline in math. We know that student achievement has suffered significantly since the pandemic took its toll on the nation's education system and confirms that our children are experiencing a learning crisis. And while we know pandemic learning loss is contributing to this crisis, we also know that chronic absenteeism more than doubled during the first year of in-person learning nationwide compared to pandemic levels, taking a major toll on student performance. We're seeing many of the same trends in student performance across the district. 60% of students designated at risk citywide do not have adequate command of content in reading, and 72.4% don't have it in math. Overall, only 32% of schools have returned to or exceeded pandemic proficiency in ELA, and only 15% have done so in math. While most schools are not back to pre-pandemic performance rates, we are seeing improvement over last year across the city, approximately 3 percentage points in both math and ELA. This progress would not be possible without support from our partners at OSSI and the Public Charter School Board. For example, OSSI's high-impact tutoring and literacy resources continue to support student growth. And there are bright spots. We know that many strategies public charter school leaders are using are working. Notably, 2 charter schools received blue ribbons from the Department of Education this year, and 7 were named bold performance schools by Empower K-12. I want to stress that while student performance is still unacceptably low, charter schools continue to provide some of the best options for families, especially in wards 7 and 8. According to our PARC analysis, public charter schools outperform in wards 7 and 8 in math by 14.5 and 13.1 percentage points, respectively. Similarly, charter schools outperform in ELA in these wards by 6.6 and 10.5 percentage points. And we look at growth and recovery, as we look at growth and recovery from the pandemic, charter schools presented some of the greatest growth over the last year. 8 out of 10 schools with the greatest growth in ELA were charter schools. 7 out of those 10 schools with the greatest growth in math were also charter schools. Overall, 20% of charter schools saw double-digit growth in ELA and 22% saw it in math. These bright spots are the results of significant collaboration, hard work, and strategy from our charter schools and partners. In the DC Alliance's collaboration with schools, we've learned that charter schools that perform above expected proficiency rely on strategies that fall into 2 buckets. The first is targeted interventions to ensure students receive the support they need to close the achievement gap. For example, Harmony Public School, Perry Street, and the Social Justice School have added an additional intervention period in ELA and math for all students. Schools like Washington Global adopted a blending learning model to incorporate interventions into the classroom. Regardless of intervention structure, all of these schools collect and assess student data very frequently. The second strategy, which should come as no surprise, is having a well-trained staff. For example, and we just heard about this, Friendship Public Charter Schools has launched a Center of Excellence in Literacy to certify master teachers and credential paraprofessionals. We've identified several other examples in our written testimony. We understand that improving academic outcomes for students requires a deep sense of urgency. It's going to take all of us, school leaders, policymakers, teachers, parents, students, and advocates working together on a coordinated plan. It is imperative that we loudly boast successes and learnings from across the district while demonstrating a dogged determination to find new resources to supplement those schools in need. We are excited to continue collaborating with our schools, and we are grateful for the partnership with council and the city as we work towards improving outcomes for students. Thank you for your time, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Kathy Riley?
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I appreciate being here to testify on the academic achievement in the District of Columbia. I'm Kathy Riley of the Senior High Alliance of Parents, Principals, and Educators, SHAPE, the Ward for Education Alliance, and C for DC. You have the beginning of a framework of laws that, if funded and implemented in a number of cases expanded, could expedite the continuous improvement for our students in being fully educated. The test scores are low. We are recovering from the death and disruption of the last years. Enrollment is coming back. Students, primarily secondary, have not yet fully transitioned to attending school every day. You have the potential of ensuring the response is integrated, so we are looking at measures that include but go well beyond limited test scores. As the oversight, legislative, and budgeting authority, you have the perspective of ensuring the interventions are respectful of the challenges and the supports for improvement are strategic. This is not a quick fix. It will require short and long-term supports, and these are strategies that will have immediate effects and be in place for the long term. Fully implementing and expanding the DC Law 23-191, Addressing Dyslexia and Other Reading Difficulties Amendment Act. Being a fluent reader that has a wide exposure to content is fundamental to academic achievement across all of the disciplines. The OSSE office needs more staffing, and we need courses across the full grade span that can catch students up. At the secondary level, it can be linguistics. This is what's in place, but it needs more to be robust. Digital equity has laid out what is needed for students to have the tools they need to have technical fluency. Having the digital devices will support engagement and motivation if done thoughtfully. They have some sound recommendations. Review the work and recommendations for teacher wellness, training, and professional development of Empower Ed. And look at the recently released SEL landscape recommendations done by the DME. This is an impressive study that looks at what exists at all levels and offers a path forward that builds on existing strengths and resources. It is a systemic look. Much like Robert Henderson described their structural school system and school, and this kind of lays that out. This is an opportunity to look at our system and ensure that this is equitable and coordinated and builds on strengths. This is not about a few crisis interventions. You can re-examine the way you evaluate through the work on the school report card that with redesign will hopefully be looking at academic growth, along with school climate and culture, a broader curriculum, and family and community engagement. Schools do not have full control of all the factors that influence education, as has been noted. In addition, education and achievement have to be about far more than math and reading and test scores. Our aspirations for our young people are much broader, as these should be. I recommend the work of the UCLA Center for Mental Health in Schools and Student Learning Supports. It's an example of one way of looking at the task before us. It acknowledges the role of the larger community and the need for including mental health, but also is educationally focused and urges coordination instead of a fragmented approach. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that.
I thought I sent it, but I'll send it again. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Chelsea Coffin.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Fruman, and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Chelsea Coffin, and I'm the Director of the Education Policy Initiative at the DC Policy Center, an independent think tank focused on advancing policies for a growing and vibrant economy in DC. The pandemic-induced virtual learning in school years 1920 and 2021 lasted over a year, presenting profound challenges to DC students' learning and well-being. Although students were back in classrooms, pandemic-related disruptions persisted throughout school year 21-22. This made school year 22-23 in some ways the first normal year of school after COVID-19 began, and a better point in time to take stock of what is needed in terms of academic recovery. The results of the PARCC statewide assessment for school year 22-23 show that recovery in terms of learning is off to a good start, but that it will be a really long road. Overall, the share of students meeting or exceeding expectations increased by 3 percentage points in both ELA and math compared to school year 21-22, the first year of statewide assessment since the pandemic started. These gains are on par with average annual pre-pandemic growth, but are not enough to produce recovery. For math, the results in school year 22-23 have returned to the levels of 9 years ago. For ELA, results in school year 22-23 are close to 5 years ago. These numbers underscore the magnitude of learning loss. They also highlight the critical importance of setting ambitious goals for achievement and rigorously tracking them in the years to come. A deeper dive into these numbers shows a much stronger recovery for elementary and middle school students and no growth for high school students. Learning outcomes for elementary and middle school students improved by about 3 percentage points in both subjects after the pandemic. Results for high school students, on the other hand, showed no growth in either subject during this 2-year recovery period. For ELA, proficiency for high school students is comparable to school year 18-19, with 33.6% of students meeting or exceeding expectations. For math, proficiency for high school students dipped back to school year 15-16 levels, with 10.8% of students meeting or exceeding expectations. One factor influencing this lack of growth in achievement in high schools could be high levels of chronic absenteeism. After the pandemic, chronic absenteeism rose to 48% in school year 21-22 from an already high 29% before the pandemic. Chronic absenteeism improved but remained high in school year 22-23 at 43%. Chronic absenteeism was especially acute in high schools, with the average high school having 63% of students chronically absent. At 6 high schools, 90% or more of students were chronically absent. Comparing chronic absenteeism at high school to PARCC results, there are no high schools with above average absenteeism rates and above average achievement. Students must be present to learn, and reducing chronic absenteeism is a factor in improving academic achievement in these upper grades. While elementary and middle school students experienced higher gains compared to high school students, at this pace of recovery, it will still take years to catch up to where DC could have been without the impact of the pandemic. To ground recovery investments, DC needs to set targets for academic outcomes, but this should also be done in tandem with reducing chronic absenteeism. Absenteeism undermines the significant investments the district has made into student academic achievement and well-being. This is a tough problem to solve, but it should be front and center in the district's recovery efforts. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Coffin. Jennifer Cartland.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. I am Dr. Jennifer Cartland, the Executive Director of REACH Incorporated, a literacy and leadership-focused organization. This past spring, I testified to express my pride at being affiliated with the work and story of REACH. REACH retains DC high schoolers to become tutors for 2nd and 3rd graders at neighboring elementary schools. Hundreds of students from schools in the city's most underserved communities have been positively impacted by REACH's programs. We believe with financial support from the city, we will be able to stop some of the negative patterns that have been impacting our youth and the city overall. There are 3 reasons that I am approaching the council again to seek support. 1, though REACH is 13 years old, we are in a transformative stage. The pandemic shut REACH's core after-school program down. While other programs have been able to sustain and build participation, we've had to recruit, engage, and train an entirely new cohort of tutors. REACH relies on forming strong relationships with teens to create the conditions for them to strengthen skills, build competence, and explore possibilities for their future. We cannot sacrifice the practice of investigating in each individual teen. Our smaller size knocks us out of the running for many out-of-school time grant programs, and we must rely on other sources for funding. 2, changes to the wage structure in DC requires that we pay our tutors a higher salary. Minimum wage has increased to $17 per hour. Currently, we are only able to pay our teens a fraction of what they can earn in fast food and similar establishments. Teens are taking such jobs, which do contribute to their educational, social, or literacy development, especially for teens in wards 4 through 8. That said, the higher hourly wages attract the same teens we need to engage. This long-term good that the REACH program provides is undone when a tutor tells us that they should choose a shift behind a cash register over a session reading, learning, or sharing a book that they've authored with a 7-year-old. REACH must entice teens with an opportunity to earn a welcome wage. In this way, teens can focus on their studies and build skills and become role models and leaders. We cannot achieve this important goal without your funding. 3, the lack of meaningful work and educational opportunities has pushed some DC youth towards risky, impulsive behaviors. Crime is being perpetrated by young people at astonishing rates. The need for our young people to have belonging, guidance, discipline, and care is greater than ever. REACH invests at a time when independence for teens is more normalized and peers pressure one another with choices that can be positive or dramatically negative. We cannot punish our way out of the crescendo of violence. We must instead learn our way out. Engaging teens, demonstrating that they have the capacity to be coaches and mentors, changes their thinking and influences their decision-making. Put plainly, there is a need for more REACH programming in more schools so that greater numbers of teens are imbued with belief in self and their ability to positively influence their communities. I am a career educator, former reading teacher, and DCPS principal. I firmly believe our children and teens deserve the opportunities that REACH provides. I welcome any questions about our program and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Cartland. I'm just going to have a couple of questions, and if I don't ask you a question, that's not because I didn't think your testimony was helpful, but I wanted to ask Ms. Scott Marcus. In your statement at the bottom of the first page, like other public schools in the district, many students are entering friendship behind grade level, especially in the upper grades. Consider the impact of this. How do schools respond when non-readers enter high school or even middle school? So how do you respond?
We're currently responding with intensive supports and tutoring. We are partnered with the Maryland Teacher Tutor Association as well, and they provide us tutors specifically in literacy, and coupled with programmatic resources and changes that we have made, that is how we are currently addressing students that enter middle and high school that may be behind grade level in reading specifically.
Is specifically with tutors. And I have a question for Ms. Shelby. What have you done at Kramer to help reduce barriers to learning?
Thank you for the question. So we actually looked at our master schedule and we created classroom. We actually, used our master schedule to reduce the sizes of classes from the traditional about 18 to around 10 to 12. Additionally, we've been able to offer 100% of our students intervention courses in English and math without having to compromise students' participation in math, and in music and art. So they still get their enrichment classes, but they're also able to still get those supports in literacy and in math, and that's for all of our students. Additionally, we have partnered with 3 organizations: Blueprint Math Fellows, Math Matters with GW, as well as City Year. So we benefited from the HIT grant through OSSI, and we have a HIT manager, which is a high intensity tutoring. So our intervention courses are actually ran like small group tutoring sessions where students are getting those gaps filled. I think that has contributed greatly to our attendance right now. For example, we are hovering around 90% in-seat attendance, which is an improvement year to date of about 7% IS attendance. And I think it contributes, it's because of the fact that students are getting their needs met. Additionally, we do use flexible scheduling. So our Monday schedule is a flexible schedule in which teachers engage in professional development, and then our students are also supported further in project-based learning, and they also get mental health supports, SEL supports.
Thank you, and that was a comprehensive answer. I have no other questions for you all, but thank you for your testimony and your taking the time to be here today. So you all are excused. I'm going to call the next 10 witnesses. Joe Smith, who's CEO of Eagle Academy Public Charter School. Tiffany Williams, Senior Managing Director of STEM, KIPP DC. Josh Boots, who's Executive Director of Empower K-12. Yvonne Miller, who is just listed as a public witness. Jeanette Covington, CDMA Business Model. Maya Martin Codigan, who's Executive Director of PAVE. Letitia Vinson, Simone Scott, Sharnetta Boone Ruffin, and Dominique Moore. I'm gonna add a couple more because I think there were a few no-shows. Yvette Selby and Taisha Andrews. Joe Smith, if you're here, you would be first up. Tiffany Williams.
Hi, I'm here.
Oh, can't hear you very well, so speak up.
Is this better?
Barely.
Okay, let me try something else. All right, how about now?
A little better. Go
Okay.
for it.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Tiffany Williams, and I am the Managing Director of STEM at KIPP DC. And I want to thank you for holding today's hearing on the academic achievement for district students and highlighting the difficult work that schools are facing. This year's PARCC assessment results are a sobering reminder that pandemic-related learning loss was deep, uneven across schools, and will only be undone with sustained multi-year effort. To address this initial learning loss at KIPP DC, we focused on a few strategies: providing excellent Tier 1 instruction, expanding foundational skills in upper grades, hiring literacy and math acceleration teachers, improving attendance systems, and expanding mental health supports. Even with these initial strategies, we have not yet been able to achieve the academic proficiency and growth that we want for our students. And given this reality, we reevaluated our programming and made some additional shifts that we hope will accelerate student learning and improve overall outcomes for kids. The first is around attendance. We know that students must be in school every day to access the benefits of education. And at KIPP DC, we're hiring campus-based attendance specialists who will communicate directly with families of students who are chronically absent in order to help break down their individual barriers to attending schools. And while there's still much work to do, the Public Charter School Board recently named that 3 of the 6 schools with the most improved attendance across DC came from KIPP DC, and we're really proud of that. The other thing that we know is that once students come to school, they must receive a high quality education. This year, KIPP DC has implemented a school system focus on math achievement and growth. We've adopted new math curriculum from kindergarten through high school that prioritizes problem-based learning that will allow time for students to independently grapple with rigorous content. And before adopting the new curriculum, we met extensively with teachers to understand their needs and include their voices in this process. We provided 18 hours of math-specific professional development for teachers and school leaders so that they were all comfortable with this shift in our programmatic structure. And while we're only a few months into the school year, initial classroom observations show an increase in student discourse and engagement and early signs of improvement on standards when compared to last year. We also know that once students are in school and receive high quality instruction, they also need access to intervention. This past fall, we began the Masterminds tutoring program using the Zern curriculum. This after-school intervention is taught by teachers and school leaders for students in grades 3 through 8 with targeted learning modules focusing on filling individual learning gaps. Students in this program attend tutoring for 3 hours a week and are already reporting higher levels of confidence and self-efficacy as mathematicians. We believe that increasing student attendance, improving math instruction, and providing more targeted intervention will help students with their academic success. However, we continue to invite the council's partnership in these and other areas of important work, including safe passage to and from school. We know that if students don't feel safe traveling to and from school, it will have an adverse effect on their academic performance and attendance. We believe expanding safe passage and violence interrupter programs in these areas with the highest need can only benefit the students of DC. We'd also like to see an expansion of DC Neighborhood Connect, a bus service shuttle that seems to be helping attendance where it's available. And lastly, we always welcome funding to help revamp our instructional models. The work we've done in math this year was expensive and time consuming, and we value any financial assistance the council can offer. And again, thank you for holding today's hearing, and I'll be available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Josh Boots.
Good afternoon, Chairman. This past August, OSCE released results from the 2023 PARCC assessment showing incremental gains in math and reading across most student groups. The uptick in scores is promising, but the percentage of students meeting or exceeding expectations in math, which was 6 points lower than reading pre-pandemic, is now 12 percentage points lower than reading. At the current rate of improvement, reading proficiency will reach 2019 pre-pandemic rates in the next 2 to 3 years, while math proficiency will require another 4 to 6 years. The time lag for reaching pre-pandemic proficiency levels suggests that the pandemic's educational setbacks were both significant and long-lasting, especially in math. While the city overall lags pre-pandemic levels of proficiency, there were 12 schools that demonstrated 2023 achievement rates that significantly exceeded the pre-pandemic average for similar schools serving similar grades and demographics. We call them bold performance schools. Students designated as at risk, students with disabilities, and students of color at these schools are reaching academic success. These 12 schools are DC public schools and DC public charter schools with 2023 proficiency rates that were an average of 11.5 percentage points better than the pre-pandemic average. The bold performance schools focus their energy on these top strategies listed in order of descending, which they attributed mostly to their success. The top one, they said, was data analysis to drive instruction, which often is conducted on a weekly basis using student work and exit tickets from class, progress monitoring trackers, and standardized teacher-created short assessments. Also, the teacher support that they provide, the coaching and the professional development, often which is done in the moment using data to help ensure that teachers' conceptual understanding of the standards and their ability to address student misconceptions happens during lessons. Parent engagement, with a focus on improving attendance and ensuring families stay up to date on upcoming happenings at their school, they made sure that students didn't want to miss school. Also, joyful school environment. They want to emphasize the importance of fun. And I can't stress that enough. They wanted to bring fun back to school for both the adults and the students. And the fifth important thing that they said were targeted small group and individual student interventions that allow students to access rigorous grade level content while while covering the unfinished learning gaps that they have from the pandemic. In the 6-year history of honoring bold performance schools, no school has ever attributed their student success to test preparation or drill and kill tactics. These schools follow what the latest brain science research tells us. When students arrive to class feeling safe, joyful, and a sense of belonging, their brains are ready to learn. Conversely, when students experience trauma and chronic stress in and out of the classroom, their body's biochemistry actually inhibits their growth of the axons and neurons that are key to retaining and utilizing the new information that they get in class. Many DC schools serve a disproportionately high percentage of these students who experience trauma and chronic stress, which strongly correlate with the number of students designated as at risk that they serve. We must fully fund our equitable budgeting formula to ensure that schools serving our highest priority students have the access to resources that they need to best serve their students. Our sector must collaboratively commit to bold goals for them, especially in math, and aim to become a national hub and model for innovative math instruction. When we utilize collaborative data-driven approaches, our educators and students will demonstrate an academic renaissance with historic growth that is not only possible, but probable. By the end of this decade, I believe that luminaries from across the US will reference the DC distinction, and our historic gains in math for economically disadvantaged students will be what they're talking about. It is possible. We can do it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Yvonne Miller, who I believe is not here. Jeanette Covington, who I believe is
Yes.
here. Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Chairman Mendelson. So I just want to begin by saying these views are my own and do not necessarily represent any organization that may be referred to throughout this statement. Academic achievement is standing on the shoulders of educators who strive to make a difference in the classroom every single time they step into it. But are there systems in place to truly help our educators and teachers to rise above and go further for their students? Knowing that students are more often entering the classroom in need of social-emotional learning supports with the metrics based on instruction on human-centered design, I've come up with a solution backed by 25 years of research. CDMA business model, an instructional facilitation resource proven to empower, enrich, engage, and explore the learning process through its cycle of collaboration and its global civics program, Youth Traffic Safety Town Hall, as featured in Ward 7 during DDOT, Open Streets, and anti-violence initiatives. Hi, I am Shanette, a special educator who specializes in career and technical education. I answered the call to pivot from the classroom setting to reinforce the training that's so desperately needed to prepare students for the real world. Now, as the president of CDMA Business Model and founder of CDMA Business Model Academy, an experiential learning organization committed to bridging alliances that stand between corporate America and our future generation, I also serve on the board of advisors as an industry partner for OSSI, DC CTE Network, while CDMA Business Model Academy remains focused on being a dedicated host employer for AIP and CRI, extending opportunities beyond IT, digital media certifications, and paid internships to build on skills in audio, video technology, business, and finance. December 5th, yesterday, AP News announced that students around the world are still suffering setbacks from the pandemic. According to the Washington Post, data derived from DC Office of State Superintendent of Education indicated that gaps in reading proficiency scores widened between white and Latino students. The achievement gap between white and Black narrowed slightly, but still wider now than it's ever been before. And of course, we have the numbers, but I'm here to state that collaboratively, we are the village it takes. During the pandemic, I was a classroom educator engaged in virtual learning, hybrid learning, WTU, Washington Teachers Union, lessons on TV, while expanding enrichment programming after school, engaged in virtual learning and work-based learning over the summer for over 100 participants throughout the district, thanks to DOES and MBSYEP, and earned Most Outstanding Host Employer Award the following year. I emphatically understand the urgency to make real-world connections, but felt the despair and anguish and pain as a teacher who lacked the support to really support my ambassador work. So I went ahead and I got a grant on Great Day Washington for over $117,000 to support our district teachers. Beyond everything, I say this. Being an individual from Southside Jamaica, Queens, who literally broke barriers to really rise above and go further as a child, and all I needed was enrichment programming that was going to support me and my skill set to meet me where I was, I'm proud to be the founder of CDMA Business Model Academy. But I implore every educator and administrator on this line to sincerely bridge the alliance between corporate America and youth by supporting educators as they continue their quest to make real-world connections. Thank you. I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Covington. And I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that. Maya Martin Cottigan.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and DC Council staff. Thank you for hosting this public roundtable on academic achievement. As a sixth-generation Washingtonian, the new mother of a Black boy, and the executive director of PAVE, which stands for Parents Amplifying Voice in Education, the disparities in the academic outcomes of our students in the district are extremely disheartening. Too many of our kids aren't reading on grade level. They aren't able to do basic math. Youth violence has skyrocketed in no small part because our kids aren't consistently in school. And this makes me fearful for the future of our city that should be a state. And we need to act around this. The first thing that we need to do is make sure we are explicit about the problem and where we are. We know that PARCC proficiency rates only improved marginally last year across the district, and that it has been incredibly inequitable in terms of that progress, the slight progress we've made for students. Only 11% of Black students and 19% of Hispanic and Latino students are proficient in math compared to 75% of white students. That's unacceptable. Only 8% of students with disabilities are proficient in math and 10% in reading, and high school students made almost no gains in math, hovering with a proficiency rate at about 10%, and reading hovering around 33%. And only 23% of our Black students are proficient in reading, compared to 32% of our Latino students and 82% of our white students. We've reached record high levels of chronic absenteeism and truancy coming out of the pandemic, and this has serious detrimental effects on students' ability to perform academically, their mental health, and ultimately their safety. But we have to take accountability for the policy choices we made so we can address the harm and change the trajectory. During the pandemic, we said we'd meet the moment and reimagine the way that we approach school, but we have yet to do so in a comprehensive way. We waited to return to school in person, knowing virtual instruction wasn't working writ large. We paid the price as other countries with the PISA results that just came out, and even other states in the US that reopened sooner saw smaller declines, especially in math. And when kids did come back, we kept families out of the building, hindering engagement. We lowered the bar for attendance and counted students as present if they only attended 60% of the school day, when they needed and still need more instructional time, not less. If we went to 60% of our job, we would not get 100% of our paycheck. Now we need to get students back to the basics we know work, and we need to go all in for kids, families, and our schools. We need to solidify the core components of a good education: great instruction, strong family engagement, and a variety of enrichment opportunities, and go beyond that. We can look at the 12 DC Bold schools that Josh Boots talked about today, who are serving high priority student populations, but are outperforming other schools by an average of 15 percentage points. Make sure we invest in extended instructional time, go big on student attendance, use data to target instruction, engage families in conversations about academic data, and create joyful learning environments. I want to dig in on the engaging families about academic data. In our experience talking with our paid parent leaders, nearly all of them told us that they were not given information about their child's academic progress. And if they were, it wasn't comprehensible, meaningful, and/or they didn't know what to do with it. This matches up with data from across the country. According to a Learning Heroes study, about 9 in 10 parents report that their students get B's or better in school, even though only half of students are performing at grade level. Parents need accurate, holistic data, not only grades on report cards, about how their students are doing in school so that they can best support them. Our parents can be real partners in our children's education if we give them the information that they need. I hope that we will do this differently. I hope that we will make sure our communities and our kids and our families get what they need to be able to do everything that they want to do in their futures, whether that's a trade, a teacher, an accountant, a doctor, a lawyer, a community leader, or a staff member at a district agency that can keep our city safe, clean, and flourishing for us all. But they can't do that if they're not able to read, write, do math, and develop social emotional skills. But we know that if our students thrive, our communities thrive. So I hope that we'll make sure that the district can be have an education system that I'm excited for my child to experience.
Thank you, Ms. Cottigan. Letitia Vincent, I believe, is not here. Simone Scott.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and DC Council staff. My name is Simone Scott. I'm a Ward 7 and Citywide Parent Board Leader with PAVE, and I have 2 children thriving at 2 East of the River public charter schools, iDream and Digital Pioneers Academy, known as DPA. As a parent board member also of DPA, I'm going to just jump right into my testimony. I noticed that there are 3 types of students: those who want to work, those who want to employ, and those who are off track simply because they are interested. With recent data our students are retaining information to graduate, but they aren't thriving. For many of the scholars who do attend school, do so simply because they're supposed to. So how can we increase students who aren't interested in school, graduate with their diplomas, further keep the scholars who are on track interested to stay? I read a news story this week where a student in McLean, Virginia works 40 hours a week, working 2 jobs after school from 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. to save his family from homelessness. It was only after his peers and staff learning of his sacrifices were able to raise donations to help the scholar save his home and increase his opportunity to graduation this spring. Attending the My Brother's Keeper event this week at MLK Library, I also gained the opportunity to privately hear from our Black and brown young men, students who relate with similar stories, who have the responsibility to secretly save themselves and their family in this regard. With many of our scholars facing homelessness, drugs, violence, and suicides due to the growing pressures to be adults while being children, what are we doing to save our students by creating a true career readiness model that pairs their academic achievements with true capital earning potential, which allows them to earn money while they learn? When we talk about the achievement gaps of our most represented and underserved scholars, what are we doing to combat the disparities that increase their chances to fail school, not graduate, or show up at all? Furthermore, I believe it is critical for our students to learn peer-to-peer de-escalation skills, to become models and mentors for themselves, to rebuild their community they need for themselves. With adults making decisions on their behalf, what are we doing to truly hear, listen, and create environments our student bodies develop true enrichment, where they design a community that supports academic curriculum, true career readiness, and each other? How can we engage students and ask them what they truly need to gain a different result than the current state? I believe if we give them a space they create with the incentives that matter to them, they will gain more respect for themselves, their communities, their education, and career decisions. What are we doing to really innovate what career readiness is And how can we pair their goals, dreams, and interests with their academics so that we can help them choose and succeed to be prepared for life with the challenges threatening their choice for school, college, work, and or career? As a DPA, again, a board member, I usually don't have enough time to finish, but recently at DPA, we have recently introduced Python Time, where our scholars are able to use their Wednesdays after school to co-create their own model of OST programming, allowing students to learn together and gain life skills with continuing education electives not offered during the school day. With our city in a state of crisis and emergency, with the increase of juvenile offensives, this is not enough. And so I call for your action to hear the testimony, but more so to hear the call for action from our students and our scholars who are absolutely in critical crisis right now. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that, please. Charnetta Boone Ruffin.
Good afternoon. My name is Charnetta Boone Ruffin. I am a citywide as well as Ward 8 parent representative. I have two girls. One go to Eagle Academy Public Charter School, Capitol Riverfront, and my oldest go to Dunbar Senior High School. I'm also a product of DCPS and a Ward 8 resident, fourth grade reading teacher at PG County Public Schools, and my grandfather was Lawrence E. Boone, whom the school is named after. So as you see, I have a wide range of education background. I'm going to talk to you today about my daughter, Shauna. Shauna is an overachiever in high school, currently taking AP and honors classes at Dunbar. However, we didn't start there. We started at Eagle Academy Public Charter School, Willow Road campus, which was an amazing campus. It was small classes, teachers who cared and loved and showed that they cared and loved their students. I believe that from that smaller class setting, that she was able to grasp the concept even faster with at-home learning and schooling, and therefore that she continued and started that process of being a high achiever. My now ninth grader is scoring above 12th grade level in both reading as well as math, and I continue to push her in honors AP classes. However, I do find it challenging, though, to find these programs for high achieved students because of the lack of resources and lack of staffing in DC public schools, as well as the DC surrounding area. Currently, Shauna is a member and a student at University of Maryland Engineering Program for teens in high school, where she scores above and beyond for her engineering because one day she wants to be an aeronautical engineer. How can I, as a parent, continue to push her along in a DC public school that is not challenging her or her AP honors needs? So I ask you to continue to push for kids who are overachievers, to continue to support them by allowing them to have these benefits, as well as after school programs, or even the XQ program that they are now pushing into the high schools that will benefit the AP honors kids and allow only AP honors kids to be together so they do not get disrupted and continue to learn, grow, and soar so they can become better and make a huge difference in the world. Thank you. If I'm here, if you have any questions.
Thank you, and it's good to see you again. You were before us last week. Dominique Moore, who I think is not here. Yvette Selby, I believe is not here. Taisha Andrews, who I thought was here. I don't have any questions for you, but don't take that as not meaning that your testimony is not helpful, because it is. So you all are excused, and I'm going to turn to the next 10 witnesses. You can continue to watch, even though you're being excused from this panel. So the next 10 witnesses are Renee Davis, Anna Rodriguez, Desan Jones, Stephanie Griffith Richardson, Laura Meistis, Rashiki Kukendall, who's listed as principal of Roots Public Charter School, Raymond Whedon, who's listed as the executive director of Thurgood Marshall Academy Public Charter Charter School. Carly Sessoms. Holly Ann Prezzo Moore. I'm going to keep going. Carla Reed Witt. Daniela Anello. Jessica Giles. Christopher Williams. Scott Goldstein, who's here in the chamber. Andre Aina, A-I-N-A. Sheila Carson Carr. Tia Brown. And Regina Bell. It's going to complete the list. So the first person I called was Renee Davis. I don't see her. Anna Rodriguez, I don't see her. Tassan Jones, I don't see him. Stephanie Griffith Richardson,
I am here.
please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. Thank you for today's conversation. Again, my name is Stephanie Griffith Richardson, and my son, Langston, attends Elsie Whitlow Stokes East End. Stokes is one of the few specialty schools east of the river in Ward 7. I also serve with Parents Amplifying Voices in Education PAVE on the Ward 7 PLE board. I'm here today as a concerned Ward 7 parent and active community member in hopes that you will continue to protect students in underperforming schools and often ignored students who are not doing well at high-performing schools. On a personal note, I am struggling to bring attention to my son's school, who has outstanding PARCC scores for white children. However, in the last 2 years, Black and Brown children saw a 30% decline in test scores. The leadership has continuously provided vague answers and inadequate substantive planning for closing the deficit training testing gap. When pressed about what additional resources or supports really look like, parents were given more talking points with no follow-up plan. The achievement gap is alarming and needs immediate action. I know that the school can build capacity like the neighboring Burville Elementary, who has even more limited resources, and have developed a program to close the gap for students and was named a Bold Performance School for its 360. We, however, as Stokes concerned parents, have no one to hold the school accountable for improving its achievement gaps. After many pointless meetings with leadership, unanswered communications to the board of directors, and futile outreach to the charter board, I am turning to the committee of the whole to help build system structure so no other parent have to face this type of adversity. I believe that DC public schools and DC public charter schools need an advisory commission that investigate achievement gaps, police poor performing schools, and provides bold performance benchmark resources to guide schools with populations of students who are falling behind. I ask that you consider the following: to improve information sharing about achievement programs and cost-saving options. You, as the Deputy Mayor of Education, should create and convene a school performance advisory group to increase transparency and oversight for performance gaps. The DME should ensure that the commission completes baseline standard scores like the restaurant health inspection scorecards, a tall order in these fiscally fragile times, but a priority that cannot be ignored for DC kids. Thank you for allowing me to testify and share what I see for our kids and for our district.
Thank you, Ms. Griffith Richardson. I have a copy of your statement, which is very helpful. Laura Maestas. I don't believe she's here. Bashiki Kukendall. I believe not here. Raymond Whedon. I believe not here. Carly Sessoms. I believe not here. Hollyann Frezzo Moore.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Dr. Hollyann Frezzo Moore. I am the Chief Academic Officer of the Carlos Rosario School. As an immigrant and a former classroom teacher, I understand firsthand how vital the council's support is for adult learners. The Carlos Rosario Charter School serves an adult student population who come from over 70 countries and speak 30 languages. Annually, we serve 2,500 students in a dozen different programs, including 4 distinct high-demand career pathways. We've maintained a Tier 1 rating for all the years that schools have been tiered, and most recently last year, we passed our 25-year review as a charter school. And it would be remiss for me not to mention that this year we celebrate our 50th anniversary as an organization. It is impossible for me to speak about academic achievement without referencing COVID and the extensive impacts of its shared trauma on the lives of our students and their academic performance. However, today I would like to share a different story. I would like to share a story about the perseverance and determination of adult learners who have made significant strides towards their goals and dreams and who continue to make the district stronger. Over the last 3 school years, 2021, 21-22, and 22-23, Carlos Rosario has made remarkable shifts at great speed to meet the new challenges of our learners. I'd like to share some of the successes our learners have experienced in the face of adversity. 107 students became new citizens, despite significant backlogs in interviews and a challenging new test. 98 new nurse aides are now supporting the struggling healthcare system. Our graduates are in high demand and are hired at the moment they pass their skills tests and are certified because of their dual language skills, which are an invaluable benefit to their employers. 56 bilingual teaching assistants have entered the field, supporting the faculty shortage and helping to accelerate learning for our young ELL students at our K-12 counterparts. 82 IT professionals have been able to enter the IT field, strengthen their credentials to increase their employability. And we have 148 new chefs who have started businesses or new careers that have strengthened the hospitality industry as we've exited the pandemic. That is a total of 145 DC residents from the height of the pandemic in the fall of 2020 through the spring of 2023, who through the work of Carlos Rosario School are part of the engine that is heating the city's recovery. So there's more here. What gets lost in all of these numbers? A lot. And I wanted to close very briefly on a story of a graduate of ours from Ethiopia who now has a restaurant, a bakery called Le Caprice on 14th Street here in Columbia Heights, and the contribution she is now making to hire and train new chefs, new pastry chefs in this industry. Thank you so much for your support. We rely on it, we appreciate it, and we'll be back to talk at budget time.
Thank you, Ms. Frezzo Moore. It's nice to see you again. I don't have a copy of your statement. It would help if you gave it to us.
I have just turned it in, but I will do so.
Nope. Turns out the person to my left was holding on to it. So I do have it. Thank you.
Very good.
Carlo Reed-Witt.
Hello. Hello, Chairman and council members. My name is Carla Reed-Witt. I'm co-founder of Decoding Dyslexia DC. We need to reconcile the fact that we have dozens of LEAs, the fact that there's a lot of movement of students between LEAs with the fact that our kids are not reading. In order to address that as a city, we need some level of standardization in our assessment of the status of reading proficiency of DC students across LEAs and schools. Almost 70% of our kids are low literate readers, and 95% of students with disabilities are not proficient readers. The dyslexia and reading law is being implemented at different levels depending on the LEA, and even at different levels depending on schools within an LEA. We have to stop behaving as if we have the old-fashioned set of school districts spread across a large geographic area governed by a powerful state Department of Education, because we do not have that. We need a system appropriate for a city-state. With respect to reading, that means we need to require relevant, comprehensive, and standardized data from all schools. We need to arm OSSE with additional staff to oversee and coach, and we need to demand that OSSE hold LEAs accountable. Given that we do not have a local board of education and the state board of education has not been imbued with the requisite oversight powers, it's up to the council to provide tight oversight over these matters. We need to strengthen the dyslexia and reading law, improving accountability requirements and oversight. We need to fund the recommendations of the early literacy task force with requisite accountability and requirement and all other measures. And we need to fund a task force to address the last key component of our literacy needs, which are for secondary students. The U.S. Department of Education has stated that the link between academic failure and delinquency is strong. Reviews of scores of research literature over many decades provide ample evidence of the link between academic failure and delinquency. It can also be shown that this link is welded to reading failure. It is proposed that research-based reading instruction can be used to reduce recidivism and increase employment opportunity for incarcerated juvenile defenders. The link is strong because the only avenue to academic success is by being able to read and comprehend material. And of course, one response of students who struggle with reading is frustration. I bring this up because crime is high on our list these days in the city, and to highlight the importance that we address reading, we need to include literacy as part of our crime and safety plan for youth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Reed-Witt. I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that.
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Daniela Anello?
Hello. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members and staff, and thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Daniela Anello, and I'm head of school at DC Bilingual Public Charter School. DC Bilingual is a beautifully diverse and inclusive school that serves students in pre-K 3 to grade 5. We're a Title I school, and our mission is to provide a learning community that ensures high academic achievement for all students in both Spanish and English, develops leaderships, and values all cultures. I'm a first-generation immigrant who came to the United States at a young age with my parents and older sister in search for a better way of life. I have dedicated my life to education because I want to share with all students my passion for learning as a way to access opportunities. Since joining the DC Bilingual community 15 years ago, I have worked alongside incredible educators and leaders. Together, we created a learning environment that is rigorous and holistic, ensuring that all students have resources they need to learn and thrive. At DC Bilingual, we encourage our students to lead, and to us, that stands for learning languages, earning respect, acting responsibly, and doing your best. In keeping with the topic, I'd like to share a little bit about our school's academic success in the years following the pandemic and virtual learning, and offer the council some recommendations based on what we've learned has supported our students and families over the past few years. With 2 years of post-pandemic standardized testing via PARCC assessment, DC Bilingual students have consistently shown academic growth year over year on average, students at our school have shown higher academic achievement when compared to averages from DCPS and charter schools in the city. DC bilingual students with special needs and English language learners also experience higher than average levels of achievement. Additionally, the DC Bilingual Pre-K program also received its highest scores with class observations over the past 2 years. With academic achievement in mind, I'm excited and proud that DC Bilingual was ranked as one of the highest performing elementary schools in OSSE's new release of the DC School Report Card. While this is just one measure of success, this score provides validation of our efforts to ensure students and families receive the best possible education. We contribute this academic success to some key areas that DC Bilingual continues to prioritize and invest in. Placing and retaining highly skilled teachers in classrooms who focus on individual student needs and strong learning environments for students. DC Bilingual has maintained over 80% retention rate for staff, despite nationwide trends of high turnover. We also contribute the success to our 50-50 bilingual model, our coaching support of all staff, our strong multi-tiered system of support of students and family engagement practices, where we consider caregivers as part of our school team. Offering a holistic approach that ensures children receive a high-quality, nutritious meals throughout the day and prioritizing programming that engages the whole child through specials like art, dance, music, gardening, technology, and dance. In addition to these investments, I'm working hard to ensure that I lead by example, that I learn from my peers, and that I seek out partnerships that will expand our capacity as a school. I work collaboratively with the school-wide systems team, instructional leadership team to ensure resources are allocated appropriately and everyone has access to the tools they need to ensure students and families thrive at DC Bilingual. In addition, I have strong relationships with other charter school leaders, local officials, and key community partners in our neighborhood whom I rely for support when the school faces challenges that require assistance outside of my scope or influence. After spending last weekend speaking with families in DC interested in enrolling their children in our charter school program at EdFest, it is becoming abundantly clear that the need for high-quality bilingual programming is soaring. With fewer than 15 programs in DC, this demand will only continue to grow. Given our school's academic success and the success of other programs in DC and across the country, I highly recommend the council consider stronger investments in these programs so that more students and their families can reap the benefits of bilingual education. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and I have a copy of your statement, which is helpful. Jessica Giles.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Jessica Giles. I am a Ward 7 resident and the Executive Director of the DC chapter of Education Reform Now Advocacy, an organization fighting for a just and equitable public education system for all DC students. I am pleased to testify at the Committee of the Whole's hearing on academic achievement in the district. The road to academic recovery remains long. DC students are navigating many different challenges, public safety concerns and declines in mental health and well-being, extremely high rates of chronic absenteeism and truancy, and low math and reading proficiency. Consequently, fewer students are enrolling in post-secondary education and completing. DC has gone backwards on public safety. Schools went from COVID-19 shutdowns to shooting investigation lockdowns. Students are getting robbed on their way to school and SAT prep. Bullets are being sprayed throughout our neighborhood. Multiple studies and anecdotal evidence reveal that students across the nation and in DC public schools and charter schools are suffering from declines in mental well-being made worse by the pandemic. DC Council must continue making critical investment in youth behavioral health and increase the reach and efficacy of the school-based behavioral health program. Every school should have at least one clinician, but I'm hearing from schools that they have not received one yet, or they get one late in the school year. While DC's chronic absenteeism and truancy rates have declined, it is still unacceptably high. In the school year 22-23, DC's chronic absenteeism rate fell to 43% and truancy fell to 37%. Notably, high school students have very high rates of chronic absenteeism and truancy at 60% and 47% respectively, and ninth graders had profound rates of chronic absenteeism. DC Council must ensure there's an immediate whole government response to chronic absenteeism and truancy and analyze best practices from schools who made improvements in student attendance post-pandemic. Overall, math and reading proficiency continues to be low. This is undoubtedly connected to the high chronic absenteeism and truancy rates. Namely, the percentage of students who met or exceeded expectations on PARCC has not yet risen to pre-pandemic levels. As DC Council considers how to bolster academic achievement for students, it should fund the Early Literacy Task Force recommendations and examine support for educators to enhance the teaching of math. DC graduation rates continue to rise yearly through the percentage of students enrolling in DC high school graduation rate continues to rise yearly, though the percentage of students enrolling into and completing post-secondary education has declined. The percentage of graduates from the class of 2020-21 who enrolled in a post-secondary degree granting institution within 6 months dropped from 53% to 51% respectively. And college completion rates have also decreased. Now only 8 out of 100 ninth grade cohort students are expected to complete a post-secondary degree. We've been talking to voters. We've knocked on more than 800 doors east of the river with our Breaking Barriers for Black and Latino Youth from high school to career campaign. And it's clear that voters want to see our students have a bright future. So we ask that the DC Council support academic achievement through the various ways that I've mentioned. I've run out of time. Thank you for allowing me to testify at this hearing. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Giles. And I don't have a copy of your statement, which is unusual. So if you would provide it, that would be great.
I sent it in, but it was right before the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Laura Mestis has joined us. If you would proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. I'm Laura Maestas, and I'm the CEO of DC Prep. DC Prep is a public charter network that serves more than 2,100 preschool through 8th grade students in wards 5, 7, and 8. Across our network, 62% of our students meet OSSE's definition for at-risk, and 14% have disabilities. Beyond the work that we do with our students who attend our 6 schools every day, we also provide 10 years of high school and college counseling. The combination of these efforts has resulted in our alumni graduating from college at more than 4 times the rate of their peers. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. I'm very grateful for the Council's ongoing focus on academic achievement and feel very fortunate to work in DC, where the Mayor and the Council have made such a longstanding commitment to public education. I appreciate the historic investments that you've made in public education and believe that your willingness to invest resources in our students has made a huge difference in our ability to make progress against the profound COVID recovery needs that are visible across our country. Like colleagues across DC, we've been working hard to help students build the knowledge, skills, and mindsets that will carry them forward in life. While there is still a lot to do, we are proud of the ways in which we are making progress. For example, all 3 of our middle schools performed well on OSSE's 2023 DC School Report Card. Edgewood Middle Campus received the highest summative score of any middle school in DC. Anacostia Middle Campus received the highest summative score of any school east of the river, and Benning Middle Campus was in the top 10% of middle schools in DC. Additionally, we're very proud that this year we had 3 DC Prep campuses, Anacostia Middle Campus, Anacostia Elementary Campus, and Edgewood Middle Campus, that were recognized by the nonprofit Empower K-12 for outsized gains among their at-risk school students. Anacostia Middle was named a 2023 Empower K-12 Bold Performance School, while Anacostia Elementary and Edgewood Middle received honorable mentions. As you would expect, we share the Council's concern about whether DC students are receiving the education they need to pursue their dreams and to ensure that they can participate fully in our democracy. Given the setbacks of the pandemic, we are very focused on students' academic and social emotional growth. Given the focus of this hearing, I will focus my testimony on the work we're doing to help our students recover ground academically, but I want to acknowledge that core to the work of academic recovery is focusing on student attendance and students' social emotional development. We look forward to speaking with the Council on chronic absenteeism later this month. Zooming in on the work that we've done to help students with academic recovery, so much of our work over the last few years has been less a product of innovations versus a concerted effort to get back to some proven best practices that have been central to our past results. Our teachers and leaders are working tremendously hard to support students to make gains while we still have room to go. I'm very proud of the progress that we've made so far. As we look to the future, I just want to encourage the council to think about the pace of change in order to ensure that schools can do the work that we are so committed to doing to serve all students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maestas. I believe Christopher Williams is not here. Scott Goldstein, who is here in person.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You've heard the data all afternoon. The scores and disparities we're seeing are real and deeply disturbing. While we do not believe these assessments fully represent the intellect, ability, or capacity of our students, the gap between the performance of our Black and Hispanic students and white students and the tragic number of students reading or doing math below grade level is unacceptable. But obsessing over the scores is insufficient. They are simply the canary in the coal mine. This committee is rightly impatient for improvement, as am I. This challenge demands urgency, but I'm here to argue that this desire for quick improvement has unfortunately led us to implement new initiative after new initiative in search of a quick fix instead of doing the work that takes time but is proven to actually increase outcomes. To put another way, we've been obsessed with the outputs but failed to focus on the inputs known to actually deliver better outputs. The research is abundantly clear that we don't improve math and reading scores just by giving students more time in math and reading. In fact, the best way to improve literacy is to implement balanced literacy approaches in combination with expanded content offerings to build the knowledge base. To improve outputs, we have to focus intensely on the inputs that research proves improve outputs, both the educational inputs, things like teaching science of reading, ensuring well-rounded content, improving family collaboration, giving teachers the time to collaboratively plan and differentiate instruction, improving teacher and school leader retention, diversifying the workforce, better educator induction and mentoring, improving school climate, culturally responsive curriculum, etc., and the root cause inputs, eliminating food insecurity, housing insecurity, job insecurity, focusing on mental health and well-being. Here's what a focus on outputs has looked like over the past 15 years. District leaders demand improvement in reading scores, math scores, and graduation rates, putting extreme pressure on school leaders to raise the data. So school leaders press teachers not to give Fs, to count incomplete assignments as 50, to make sure students are promoted and to spend more time preparing them explicitly for the test. Teachers feel extreme pressure to raise scores and pass their own evaluations, feeling it's unethical to pass students who aren't prepared. They start to feel, with all the intense focus on testing, that they never have the time to teach or teach in the way that they love and students need. Students start to feel school isn't relevant and they stay home. And the newspapers report things like graduation scandals rock DC schools, teachers leaving DC schools at alarming rates, chronic absenteeism reaches alarming levels in DC schools. Here's what a focus on inputs could look like. District leaders focus first on making sure every student loves school and every educator can't wait to show up every day. They start with engagement and provide teachers time to build relationships with students and families. We focus district policies on addressing underlying inequities and poverty. School leaders modify schedules to make more time for social studies, science, arts, experiential learning, and allow students to choose electives that support literacy and math growth. Students are excited to learn. Teachers finally have the time and freedom they need to help students succeed and truly love teaching in the district. And the newspapers will report, as student attendance jumps, DC students are seeing their best results in years. I want to be clear, I'm not saying that district officials do not care about or are not working on the type of inputs I listed. What I am saying is they've taken a back seat. If we want to improve outputs, it's time to put holistic inputs in the driver's seat. Just yesterday, the DME's office released an incredibly thorough report on social emotional learning. It detailed the investments we're making, priorities, and best practices. These are the kinds of things we need to see more of. The numbers are startling, but if the council's questions today are all about the numbers, it'll be a missed opportunity. Instead of doubling the outrage at district leaders about the numbers we're staring at, what if we doubled our investment in community schools, passed a generous child tax credit, funded universal out of school time, invested in legislative for educator retention, and invested in experiential learning? We can do better than merely agonizing about our student achievement. We can put the process in place to solve it. There's no silver bullet, quick fix turnaround solution to apply to all of our schools. We must commit with urgency to a time and resource intensive, but ultimately transformative path of improvement for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Andre, is it Aina? Aina?
Aina.
Aina.
Yes. Thank you. Good afternoon, esteemed chairman and members of the council. My name is Andre Aina, and I'm testifying under my personal capacity as a Ward 7 resident and education advocate. Bring over 10 years of experience as an educator, specializing in data analysis, and educational interventions. Today, I'm here to discuss a few critical issues surrounding our academic achievement in the District of Columbia Public Schools and District of Columbia charter schools sectors. From the perspective of DC as a whole, data analysis reveals a multifaceted challenge that we are encountering. The learning loss due to COVID-19 pandemic is palpable, particularly the math and reading proficiencies. Chronic absenteeism, although slightly improved, continues to hinder academic progress, especially among high school students. Our PARCC scores, while showing some minor improvements, still reveal concerning widening racial gaps. Decline in NAEP scores and reduced college access and completion rates further underscore the urgency of our situation. Most alarming, the decline in student well-being is a stark reminder of the broader impacts of these challenges. So integrating data and experiences in my professional journey, I've observed direct correlation between increased absenteeism and increased absenteeism and decreased academic performance. For instance, through my 10 years as an educator, I've observed students eligible for Tier 2, Tier 3 interventions without adequate progress can face compounding negative outcomes. Additionally, an analysis of behavioral health initiatives shows significant positive impacts on student engagement and achievement. Some practical solutions could be targeted interventions for chronic absenteeism, developing a data-driven program to identify at-risk students that could provide some support for absenteeism, particularly with collaborating with community organizations could provide additional resources. Implementing of literacy and numeracy programs, increasing funding in these areas for elementary and middle school programs to build a strong foundation, strengthening behavioral health supports in a comprehensive manner. So additional considerations to consider combining attendance, academic performance, socioeconomic data together to find a more nuanced understanding of the challenges faced, stakeholder engagement involving teachers, parents, and students in the conversation, and tracking long-term outcomes. So implementing systems that for long-term tracking of student outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ina. Raymond Whedon, I saw that you've joined us.
Good afternoon. I don't know if you can hear me, but there I am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Mendelson. Thank you for the opportunity to share about the academic achievement in the district. As you said, my name is Raymond Whedon. I'm the Executive Director of Thurgood Marshall Academy Public Charter High School here in Acacia. It's a pleasure to honestly speak with you as an educator, as a Ward 7 father of 2 public school students. In the 23-year history of TMA, our mission's been really clear. We are here to prepare Black and Brown students for college and engagement in our democratic society. While this is a conversation about student achievement, I think I will be remiss if I didn't start and recognize that our families and our team who work tirelessly for our students all the time. I name this because as a city, we don't often prioritize our efforts who have helped us get to this point. The caretakers, in many cases, do this while balancing their own lives, including seeking an affordable housing, stable care for their loved ones, and all while sometimes city agencies, schools, and even the council, we complicate their lives in ways that we don't really intend to. I also want to focus on a little bit about our teacher support. We do know that teachers are the #1 drivers for academics in our city, in our country, and even the classroom. We have focused on making sure our teachers and our team get all the input and the supports that they need, including providing coaching and professional development to help them deliver strong lessons. We have collaborated with partners like School Leader Lab, the Special Education Co-op, Jounce, and School Talk, all who is looking for like the small things that a teacher can do now to help them to be able to deliver a stronger lesson both today and then to grow their own profession. You have heard a couple of things about joyful climates and how that is important in the school community. I echo that. As I walked through our building today, I saw students reading books like Stamp, Born a Crime, and Invisible Man. These rigorous texts are actually texts that we are purposely putting in front of our children to make sure that they're reading something that is of quality, but also reading something that's going to keep them engaged in the classroom. At this exact moment, council member, we have our seniors participating in what we call Instant Decision Day. What that means that there are 27 universities who are here on campus right now. They're interviewing our seniors who has their transcripts and applications in their hands right now. And many of them are finding out right now whether they're accepted, including the merit scholarships that go along with that. This is a credible journey considering that this is the same group of students who started their high school career online in their bedrooms to know that they're just one step closer to getting into, and actually many of them already have gotten to college, but attending college. I think that Park, Cape, whatever we're calling that at this point, one of the things that we're focusing on right now, and with the help of our friends at the Power K-12, is really looking at ways that we can eliminate those students who come to us at level 1. So what we mean by that is that we believe that over the course of 2 years that we can move a student who is a level 1 into a level 3 and doing some great things to get that. So what we are doing is really focusing on like what are the skills and the strategies that our students need in order to make sure that they can get that. That includes high impact tutoring. That includes if we have 2 teachers in the classroom, and then more importantly, making sure that our out of school time is focused on students who need that. The last thing I want to do is talk about in conclusion is that like one of the things that is important to know is that like of all our students, we believe that every single one, with given the right resources, can and will move into college. And so for that, we want to thank you all for the support you have given us, but also I want to make sure that we remind that we named a couple of years ago, this is going to take some time for us to get us back to where we were in pre-pandemic stages, and anything that you could do to support us, but then recognizing that our team and our families and our students are working incredibly hard will be greatly appreciated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Whedon. Sheila Carson Carr, I think, is not here. Kaya Brown, I believe, is not here. Oh, no, she is here.
Okay, Kaya Brown is not here, but Sheila Carson Carr is here. Kaya Brown is the student government president at Capitol Hill Montessori, and she's been under the weather, so she can't attend today. But I'm here.
I see her name associated with your voice.
That is correct. And it's okay. Because, you know, I go around and recruit people to testify.
Yes. All right.
All right.
I would say it's good to see you, but you have your video off, so it's good to hear you.
Amen. Make sure you're saying that at the end. You ready? Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. I am Sheila Carson Carr, co-founder of Decoding Dyslexia DC, a Ward 7 resident here fighting for all DC students to learn to read. Stop shamming. The test scores were bad before the pandemic. The recently released DC school report card stated that 67% of the students reading are below meet expectations. You want to shine light on an area of opportunity for all DC schools? Then implement Law 23-191, the dyslexia and struggling readers with fidelity. Train the teachers, all of the elementary school teachers in the science of reading, because we need to teach reading and grammar from pre-K through 5th. When it comes to the older readers, 6th through 12th graders, even though they need the same as the younger readers, we must approach it differently. These students have built walls to protect themselves from the embarrassment of not knowing how to read. We need to use books on tape to let the older reader have access to grade level work. Again, the elementary schools students need grammar, spelling, and vocabulary too, because once they learn to read, because of the science of reading, comprehension level will go up too if this is added. We have to do both at the same time. I keep seeing all these new bills like the school improvement that will only address the bottom 5%, but we already have a law that you help, Chairman Mendelson, bring up academics, 23-191. Let's use some of that money for elementary school teacher training. Lastly, the public deserves to know the results of the screening by grade, school, and gender that they did for K through second grade. If you can release the PARCC scores, then you can release the screening scores as well. It should be available every year in December, March, and July for the public to see, as well as the government to know what needs to be done in each individual schools. Again, I thank you, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that.
It's coming. It's coming.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Regina Bell.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. Thank you for holding this hearing on learning loss. The pandemic affected nearly every aspect of students' lives, especially their school experiences and social networks. We all have a role to play in making sure that addressing learning loss and other persistent challenges facing students receives urgent attention. Unfortunately, there are no quick fixes. Earlier this week in the New York Times reported that a study in California found schools got positive results from a targeted investment in the science of reading. This study took place during the pandemic in 70 low-performing schools. A key element of this program's success was that the administration worked collaboratively with teachers. Many DCPS teachers have participated in the DC Reading Clinic program, which provides educators with rigorous professional development and embedded coaching so that they can implement research-based structured literacy instruction that aligns with the science of reading. A Ward 7 teacher described the program as wonderful and proudly boasted that her school's kindergarten reading scores skyrocketed to the top. 100% of the teachers who took the training claim they are more knowledgeable, effective, and confident in helping a struggling reader. To date, over 400 teachers have completed the semester-long DC Reading Clinic program. When implemented correctly, science-based reading instruction has the ability to reach 95 to 97% of the children. Let's expand this program that is working. Also implement the Early Literacy Task Force recommendations. The objectives of the recommendations are to ensure teachers and leaders responsible for reading instruction acquire the requisite knowledge, skills, and curricula to provide instruction grounded in the science of reading. It is well documented that students are struggling with their mental health. COVID-19 didn't cause this crisis, but it exposed and worsened the already disturbing trends that require our immediate attention. Mayor Bowser was right when she said that our ecosystem is out of whack. It is hard to learn when student behaviors are out of whack and unchecked. There's an African proverb that says, a child that is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. We need to embrace our students, but also set limits and consequences for behavior that is not acceptable. There is just as much work to be done on getting students on track socially and emotionally, as well as academically. You can't address academic needs in isolation without prudent responses to their emotional needs. The council recently held hearings on teacher wellness, student success, teacher retention, teacher evaluation, violence, budgeting. Next week, there's a hearing on truancy and attendance. All of these factors contribute to student success. We need to work together to turn our whacked ecosystem into a symbiotic relationship. It will take a village to accomplish this. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. I don't have a copy of your statement if you'd provide it.
Oh, I thought I sent it in. I'll resend it.
We might have it, but send it again.
Will do.
I see that Taisha Andrews joined us, so you would be next.
Hello,
Please
can you all
proceed.
hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My apologies, I did not receive the link to log in. It was just forwarded to me. Just had it. Oh my goodness, I lost it. I'm sorry, I just had my speech pulled up and now I can't find it. This is not good. Oh, here it is, sorry. All right, greetings, Councilman Mendelson, Committee of the Whole, and other DC Council staff. My name is Ty Andrews, and I'm a Ward 8 resident and proud parent of one child at Plummer Elementary and one at McKinley Tech. I'm also a parent leader with PAVE on the citywide and Ward 8 PLE boards, a Plummer LSAT member, and McKinley Tech PTO First Vice President. Today, I'm testifying about the discrepancies with the DC Park results for 2022 and 2023. As you all are aware, the Park test is a nationwide test that has recently had consistently low results nationwide since the 2020 COVID pandemic. And most recent Park results for DC, the data shows that there has been a small increase in results from 2022 to 2023. This is consistent nationwide as well. However, the discrepancy comes in place when you look at the DC Park results by student race. There is a huge difference in results for Black and Latino children compared to white and Asian children. If you review the Asian student ELA proficiency rates, you'll see that 72% of Asians were proficient in 2022 and 70% in 2023. 80% of white students were proficient in 2022 and 82% in 2023. However, Hispanic student proficiency rates showed that 31% of Hispanic students were proficient in 2022 and only 32% in 2023. Even worse, only 20% of Black students were proficient in 2022 and 23% in 2023. The 2022 and 2023 DC Park comparison gets worse with the proficiency in math rates. 62% of Asian students were proficient in math in 2022 and 65% in 2023. 70% of white students tested proficient in math in 2022 and 75% in 2023. And 17% of Hispanics scored as proficient in 2022 and 19% in 2023. Last, only 9% of our Black students were proficient in math in 2022 and only 11% in 2023. DC has recently made a few investments in education to try to help students recover academically. Part of this includes $2.3 billion for education overall and $14.8 million for high impact tutoring. But this funding does not guarantee successful implementation. Also, with the race discrepancy in test results, this number actually seems pretty low. Our Black and brown children are suffering and need additional assistance during their academic career. Some other issues that contribute to these results are the implementation of school-based mental health, out-of-school time programs, transportation, and general funding by ward. Students in wards 2 and 3 have consistently done better academically compared to students in wards 5 through 8, especially wards 7 and 8. Additional funding needs to be provided to support our Black and brown students in DC, especially those in wards 7 and 8. We should not be left behind due to race, nationality, or economic status. A possible solution to this is to create focus groups that will determine the exact gaps in education, then host meetings and sessions for students and their families and teachers to explain the gap and come up with a plan to bridge the gap to include mandatory tutoring for our at-risk students, which are mostly our Black and brown students. There should also be mandatory evaluations for all incoming preschool students in DC so that we truly will not leave any child behind by catching any learning deficiencies early, way before school testing is required. Please take this information into consideration and feel free to reach out to me if you have additional questions or concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you would provide us with a copy of your statement, that would be helpful.
Yes,
that's
sir.
going to complete all the witnesses. I'm just going to ask a couple of questions of Mr. Goldstein. I want to thank everybody. This actually could end up being a 20-minute discussion, but we'll try to do a few minutes. And that is, in your testimony, you said the best way to improve literacy is to implement balanced literacy approaches in combination with expanded content offerings to build the knowledge base. How does the council make that happen? That's really where I want to go with you, is what thoughts you might have on how the council makes this happen.
Yeah, so I think there's a couple things. I'll give out a shout out to Ms. Carson Carr, who testified before about the implementation of a bill already passed. And then I think the early literacy task force was mentioned several times. So there's recommendations there. I think some of them require or could require council action or council support. in some way.
Funding.
For funding, essentially. So there's, I would say, early literacy task force. I would say there was literacy funding that was passed for letters training and similar science of reading training. Was it 2 years ago in the budget?
No, for this year, I think.
And so looking at whether that was adequate enough for all the teachers. We've had many teachers testify over the year about how tremendously beneficial reading clinic professional development was. So I think that's another area to look at, whether we have sufficient. I've heard from teachers a couple of things. One, in that the training is incredibly effective, and also that it's not always easy to do it with their schedules and the amount of time commitment required. So I think that's something for further investigation to figure out how we get more teachers trained in that way. So that's on the fundamentals of literacy part. And why I said it's in combination with those two things is that all of the research is that we have to initially, students need phonics and they need science of reading and all the basics. And then when you transition into now they're gaining literacy, are they staying on grade level essentially with literacy and reading comprehension? That's where it becomes incredibly important that they have the content. As you may know, there's the famous baseball study, which you have a group of students who know a lot about baseball, but low reading comprehension, a group of students with great reading comprehension, but don't know a lot about baseball. The students who knew a lot about baseball actually scored better on the reading comprehension questions, because what was fundamental was that they needed the content knowledge to understand what they were reading. And so there's a lot of research that shows that actually, especially past a certain year, it's much more important that we have a wide base of content knowledge for students if they're going to actually increase literacy.
I'm going to interrupt you. So I like what you're saying, but my question gets at what can the council do? So as you've noticed, as you may have noticed, the committee is having quite a number of oversight hearings this fall. We can do oversight hearings. What are the schools or LEAs doing in these areas? Your answer, the one thing I took away, I mean, you mentioned the literacy task force, which is something we created. That came from the council. You mentioned the dyslexia legislation. That was something we adopted.
Yeah.
But I don't see a lot of opportunities for legislation, or I don't think legislation is the smart way to go. We're going to dictate to Chancellor Farabee through by law what he's going to do. So the only other thing I'm taking from what you're saying, I don't mean that to be minimizing, is budget. We can do things through the budget, like we budgeted a pilot program for flexible scheduling.
Yeah.
But what else can we be doing? How do we, let me start over. How do we make some of these things happen?
I appreciate that you led me into that, because I was going to go there with the flexible scheduling, which is that Katrina Shelby mentioned a long list of things that they're doing at their school that were in part made possible that the schedule then made room for the students to get the interventions they were able to do while the teachers got additional wellness time. So expanding the investments in flexible scheduling is actually a way to make sure students get more content and targeted
So that's a budget
instruction.
item. We
So
can
that's
do
a-
things through the budget.
That's a budget item. And then there's a combination of budget items and oversight as it relates to well-rounded curriculum more broadly. One of the things we're asking for this year is experiential learning microgrants be set up, because you heard several principals mention project-based learning or experiential learning being key to increase student engagement and attendance, which resulted in higher academic outcomes. That there are, in November of 2023, this month that just ended, there were over $400,000 in outstanding Donors Choose requests from teachers online.
What requests?
Donors Choose, which is a website teachers use to fundraise for their own classroom needs, or to take students on a field trip, or to do project-based learning, or even buy textbooks. That shows a huge difference in demand between schools. So one of the things the council has explored before, but not fully done, is equalize PTO involvement spending. And that's part of why we're calling for that experiential learning microgrant, which is some schools have PTO funding, and so they get a lot of investment in those kind of specialized academic and enrichment opportunities for students. Some schools don't have a lot of PTO funding, so their students don't get that kind of enrichment. And so I think there's action and funding the council could take to equalize those kind of student experiences. So those are a couple of things I would mention, but I think Katrina Shelby's list, Daniela Anello's list from DC Bilingual, were both very instructive.
But largely, what this comes down to is through the budget.
It's through the
We
budget.
could
but I think-
budget flexible scheduling. We could budget a micro grant program. We could budget specific kinds of training, probably through OSSI. We can do that. I mean, I've been struggling with this as a question, which is
Yeah.
why I'm throwing it out at you. I mean, I would like to see. I mean, I think turnover, for example, it has a correlative effect, and I think you've testified to
Yeah.
that effect a week ago. But I don't know how to legislate less turnover.
Well, I do think there's legislation we can do to on retention, but we had a long discussion about that last week. I would say that, but I do think there is policy change in here because right now, so there's things that are not directly under the council, but where there's oversight and policy work for the council to do relevant to how well-rounded the education is that students are receiving. Right now, OSSI is redoing its school report card, for example. That has an influence on whether schools are focused just on math and reading scores or whether they're focused more broadly on content knowledge in science and social studies and other things. I think there's oversight work to be done with that process. So I think there's a number of areas where we provide a policy framework that incentivizes people to focus narrowly, or we provide a policy framework for people to focus broadly that I think makes a difference.
Thank you. I'm over my time, even though there's no other council member here at the moment. Hold on. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you to each of the panelists. The government's next, but I want to take a 5-minute break. And do I really mean 5 minutes? Let's try by 3:35, we'll resume. So we are going to recess for, looks like 9 minutes.
They went to the hospital today. I told him, oh, my birthday is tomorrow, and he was like, not that.
I'm reconvening this hearing at 3:35, as I promised. We are at this point hearing testimony from government witnesses, Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, Executive Director of the District of Columbia Public Charter School Board, Dr. Christina Grant, State Superintendent, Office of the State Superintendent of Education. She's participating virtually by prior arrangement, and Dr. Louis Farabee, who's Chancellor of the District of Columbia Public Schools. Who's going to go first? Dr. Walker Davis? And good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on academic achievement in the public charter sector. I'm Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, Executive Director of the DC Public Charter School Board. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss how students are doing academically. We need to continue to shine a light on both the progress the district has made since the pandemic and challenges to academic recovery. Many students made modest progress last year on PARCC, and we are hopeful and strongly believe that we are headed in the right direction this school year. The charter sector results show that many students continue to improve. 6 public charter campuses saw increases in both their ELA and math proficiency by at least 11 percentage points compared to school year 21-22. Overall, across the sector, there is evidence of growth to proficiency, and there are campuses with strong growth, but sector-wide, growth does need to accelerate. Too many students are not progressing as quickly as we would want. We need to focus on supporting them academically and ensuring that they show up to school each day with their needs met. Public charter schools are deeply focused on these students and are employing intervention strategies to accelerate learning. LEAs provide robust summer learning opportunities. 50 public charter schools offered summer school. Almost half of campuses extended their school years, and 9 middle or high schools offered summer bridge programs. Many schools are also receiving funding from OSSE to implement high-impact tutoring on their campuses. And in some cases, LEAs use ESSER funding to hire additional teacher aides or learning specialists to provide more one-to-one instruction for students, especially those furthest behind grade level. Schools plan to continue providing these programs to their students, though some may need to downsize as ESSER funding runs out. The academic challenges presented by the pandemic, as well as historic inequities, are why DCPCSB chose to revise our accountability system. The system will evaluate schools on a more granular level and focus on the academic proficiency and growth of students, particularly those furthest from opportunity. The accountability system will highlight the performance of at-risk students, emerging multilingual learners, and students with disabilities. We want to set a high bar for our schools, recognizing our bright spots and highlighting areas for improvement. DCPCSB expects all schools to be both excellent and equitable, with all students meeting grade level standards or growing toward proficiency. Lastly, we must acknowledge that a school cannot meet all student needs alone. In order for a student to learn every day, they must have adequate housing, clean clothes, food, and safety in their neighborhoods. The district will not see significant academic growth if we do not address these large concerns that so many families have. Schools provide wraparound services and they create nurturing environments, but we must be realistic about the challenges students and families face, which can make learning difficult. I want to end by recognizing that learning acceleration would not be possible without dedicated teachers, principals, and school leaders. I want to applaud them all for the dedication and commitment to our DC students. I am confident that they will continue to support students to grow, but we must give them the resources that they need to do that. Thank you for allowing me to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Walker Davis. Next would be Dr. Grant, if that's okay.
That's great. Good afternoon, Chairman.
Good
afternoon, everyone. Chairman Mendelson, committee members of the whole, my colleagues and staff. My name is Dr. Christina Grant. I'm the State Superintendent of Education for the District of Columbia. I look forward to discussing student achievement on DC's statewide standardized assessments and providing additional information about what the state office, what OSSE is intending to do to support academic achievement in the district more broadly. As the district's state education agency, OSSE plays a critical role in DC's conduit to the U.S. Department of Education. We establish district-wide learning standards. We oversee the district's childcare sector. We provide oversight, guidance, and technical support to the district's 71 local education agencies, otherwise known as LEAs. Among our essential duties is administering the district's annual statewide assessments. OSSE recognizes that no single assessment can capture the full spectrum of skills that students need to be successful in school and in life. Our statewide assessments do not capture leadership skills, pro-social behavior, or students' capacity for cultivating positive relationships. However, our statewide assessments, which are required under federal law, provide families and policymakers indispensable information about student, school, and LEA level academic achievement across years and across LEAs. Numerous recent national stories about post-pandemic grade inflation have reinforced the vital role that high-quality statewide assessments play in providing our families with accurate information about student performance. OSSE is proud to develop high-quality assessments that establish a high bar for meeting academic achievement expectations. This year, DC will transition from the Partnership for Assessment of Readiness for College and Careers, or PARC, to DC Comprehensive Assessments of Progress in Education, or DC CAPE. OSSE, alongside DC educators and partners from many other states, played an important role in developing PARC. And we continue to value the role that the PARC Consortium played in helping build our capacity to develop and deliver high-quality statewide assessments. DC is now ready to move forward on its own and on its own terms. While the DC CAPE name is new and reflects the heroism of our students as they grow toward readiness for a wide range of post-secondary options, many aspects of DC's statewide assessment system will remain the same, including DC's content standards and assessed grades and subjects, the number and types of questions students will see, the student-facing platform and features, and the rigorous DC educator evaluation checks for bias or ineffectually constructed questions or content. Of central importance, we will maintain comparability and continuity from previous years of PARC administration. So we will be able to accurately examine 2024 proficiency and growth against prior year scores. We look forward to working with our LEAs and our schools in the coming months to prepare for the first administration of DC CAPE in the spring of 2024. Due to the impacts of COVID-19, OSSE received a waiver from administering the district's statewide assessments in 2020 and in 2021 from the United States Department of Education. Now that we have resumed test administration for 2 years in a row, we are able to measure student growth for the first time since the onset of the pandemic. The 2023 PARC results show that students are beginning to recover from the academic declines suffered during the pandemic, but overall proficiency remains too low. ELA proficiency rates increased by 2.9 percentage points to 33.6%, and math scores increased by 2.6 percentage points to 21.8% of students meeting or exceeding expectations. This year, all racial and ethnic groups saw increases in math proficiency rates from 2023, and most groups also saw an increase in ELA proficiency rates. While these increases in both ELA and in math for our students, we also saw these increases in ELA and math for our students who are economically disadvantaged. Furthermore, growth to proficiency, the district's absolute growth measure, shows that on average, students are growing faster than they were prior to the pandemic. While I'm pleased that the pandemic's academic achievement declines have reversed and the district is returning to pre-pandemic trends of continuous positive growth experienced over the prior 2 decades, I know, and we know, that we still have a long way to go. Far too many of our talented and capable young people remain unprepared for college and career of their choosing. This is particularly true for our Black and Latino students and our students furthest away from opportunity. At OSSE, we retain the fierce urgency of now. We have urgently worked to stand up a number of new programs to respond to the pandemic's effects on the education system, a lot of which we heard from today, including high-impact tutoring, child care sector supports, and new scholarship programs. With the federal government's historic recovery investments coming to a close, the district must not return to a status quo. Our assessments show that we are a district with momentum, but we need to continue to accelerate learning for students in the district. At all levels of government, we should interrogate the lessons learned during this recovery period and offer continued sustained supports for interventions with the greatest evidence of driving improvements. As we collectively lean on the supports that will produce the greatest improvements for DC students and set ambitious targets for future growth, it is also critical that we continue our conversation around what is possible. Students missed out on vital learning when schools were closed to in-person instruction, and missed learning tends to compound upon itself, meaning that we need to accelerate student learning just to break even. Additionally, many students continue to deal with the effects of isolation, illness, and trauma from the pandemic, which impact academic engagement and performance. In the 2023-24 school year, OSSE and LEAs are continuing to invest key strategies to accelerate and sustain academic progress. Given the severity of the decrease in student achievement during the pandemic, we have moved quickly to address declines highlighted by these data. Nearly $1 billion in federal stimulus funding has been directed to support the recovery and restoration of our public education and childcare sectors across the district. While most of these funds are passed through OSSE directly to LEAs and child development facilities, OSSE has directed approximately $300 million towards specific investments with a focus on evidence-based intervention to help students gain ground. Under Mayor Bowser's administration, OSSE has invested deeply in educator training and supports because providing our students with high-quality educators who love, challenge, and guide students with expert knowledge is the single best way to keep our students moving in the right direction. Over the past year, OSSE has convened stakeholders across the city to draft recommendations for structured literacy instruction. Structured literacy is an approach to literacy instruction rooted in scientific research that emphasizes highly explicit and systemic teaching for critical components of literacy, including both foundational skills such as phonemic awareness, letter sound correspondences, and phonics, as well as high-level literacy skills, including vocabulary development and comprehension. It is an instructional approach that supports all learners, but is especially beneficial for individuals at risk of literacy difficulties and those learning English. OSSE already worked to implement recommendations included in the Early Literacy Task Force report. OSSE is providing science of reading training and informed sessions, including language essentials for teachers of reading and spelling, which we affectionately call letters training, to more than 1,000 district educators who are currently developing district-wide walkthrough observation tool and approved science of reading informed curriculum. This list in accordance with the task force recommendations. In 2023, OSSE hosted its second annual district-wide literacy convening for hundreds of educators representing DC's diverse LEA communities to learn from literacy experts and from one another. In total, since 2022, we have invested more than $22 million to provide DC educators high-quality literacy trainings and supports. OSSE has also provided LEAs with additional supports to improve math achievement, including access and technical support to an online research bank mathematics platform, high-quality instructional materials, and a range of professional training opportunities with a particular focus on math boot camps. Through these offerings, we have supported math teachers in schools in all 8 wards to further enhance math instruction across the city. For example, Ms. Rifa at Thurgood Marshall Academy noted that her boot camp helped drive student engagement, increasing discourse and active listening. Ms. Hewitt at DC Prep and Acacia shared that she learned 3 new routines that she subsequently incorporated into her class to build students' confidence, develop a genuine love of math, and to make real-world connections to learning. Mr. Stewart at Stokes informed us that his boot camp taught him a number of strategies to make math more accessible and to lower frustration among students, particularly for students who are dyslexic. These teacher experiences demonstrate the value of providing educators with increased access to high-quality training opportunities. Further, OSSE has invested in supports for students with disabilities. We have established a special education micro-credential open to all pre-K through grade 12 educators, including both general and special education teachers serving in our public education system. The micro-credential consists of 4 8 to 10 hour asynchronous courses, as well as on-the-job summative assessment activities. These high-quality training prepare teachers to better educate all students, and particularly those with learning differences. OSSE has also leveraged recovery funding to create system-level supports for students with disabilities, including through the establishment of the Office of the Special Education Ombudsman and the Special Education Performance Report, which is designed to drive long-term systemic improvements to special education throughout the district. Furthermore, research demonstrates that high-impact tutoring is among the most effective evidence-based intervention available to accelerate student learning. This is why OSSE has made deep investment in this targeted intervention focused on our students with their greatest needs. While the name is relatively new, the rationale behind high-impact tutoring is simple and straightforward, providing students with additional targeted academic instruction in areas of key academic need. OSSE is investing nearly $35 million over the next 3 years to provide over 10,000 students with at least 90 minutes of intensive individual or small group tutoring every week, with a prioritization on providing tutoring to schools serving high concentrations of at-risk students. We are on track to exceed that goal, and we have already served 6,200 students as of June 2023, and we anticipate serving 7,000 additional students across the 100 schools and community-based sites this year. We also are reaching the students we plan to target for this program. 74% of students who receive OSSE-funded HIT tutoring last year are designated as at-risk compared to 52% across all DC public schools. An analysis of this interim assessment data from last year shows that students who met recommended HIT dosage levels achieved more growth than students who did not meet their HIT dosage levels. There are also strong indicators that HIT has social emotional benefits for students, and it bolsters the teacher pipeline by exposing adults to the rewards of fostering student growth. Since research also demonstrates outside of educator quality, high-quality instructional materials and additional learning time are also amongst the most foremost tools for advancing students' academic achievement, OSSE is also investing in these areas. OSSE has dedicated $1 million to support the purchase of high-quality math, science, and literacy curricula, and nearly $5 million in recovery and local funds to support extended learning time through our Summer Accelerator Grant and our out-of-school time grants. OSSE also works to promote post-secondary success and dual enrollment, and it has a strong evidence base for promoting college attendance and success, which is why we have invested significantly to build out our dual enrollment program, including the Advanced Technical Center, where students from high schools all across our city can earn cost-free dual enrollment credit in cybersecurity or nursing at a centralized location. OSSE is proud of the research-based investments we have made to support learning in the district, and we know that our LEA partners, many of which you heard from today, have made even larger recovery investments to support student learning in school. Yet, as our statewide assessment proficiency rates demonstrate, we have a lot more work to do. After initially piloting this last year, OSSE is pleased to have expanded our course code collection this year. We now have school-level course data from every LEA in the city. We look forward to furthering expanding our data collection to include student and classroom level data as soon as next school year. With this additional level of data, we will be able to conduct increased analysis to determine which students have access to which courses, what interventions are most successful, and to better understand our greatest instructional strengths, gaps, and needs. Additionally, OSSE is committed to creating and implementing a comprehensive strategy to leverage our authority as a state education agency to address, support, and hold accountable schools whose overall performance places them in the bottom 5% of schools, as well as schools with deep disparities in student outcomes across subgroups. Through this work, we aim to provide high-quality instruction and improved learning environments to our neediest students. By increasing our analytical capacity and continuing our investments in research-based instructional supports, OSSE is fostering continued student growth in the district now and into the future. While student performance in the district has not yet returned to its pre-pandemic apex, and it is easy to grow frustrated with the pace of our city's rebound from the pandemic, I recognize that every single point of progress on our statewide assessments represent countless hours of dedication from our educators, our students, and our family. I am particularly thankful for the heroic efforts of our teachers, who are the ones that are actually driving this improvement. Therefore, I conclude my remarks with a note of optimism. Within the district, we have the capacity, the knowledge, and the will to significantly increase student learning. The recovery work that is currently being led by our DC LEAs and educators with the support of OSSE and our family and our community partners is designed to catalyze increased learning for all DC students, particularly those who are furthest from opportunity and most in need of support. Our collective capacity to drive systemic improvements gives me confidence that we will succeed in our shared work to accelerate student learning. Thank you for the opportunity and the grace for allowing me to speak today on this important topic. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Graham. Dr. Farabee.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, staff, and members of the public. I am Dr. Louis D. Farabee, Chancellor of the District of Columbia Public Schools. I am here today to testify on the important topic of academic achievement in the District of Columbia. I'm joined today by Corey Colgan, who is our Chief of the Office of Teaching and Learning. It is my great honor to share that more students are choosing DCPS than last year as well. With over 51,000 students, with a total number of 51,376 students enrolled in DCPS, according to the Office of the State Superintendent Education Preliminary Report. As Mayor Bowser said, when our families enroll or re-enroll in our public schools, that is a reflection of their confidence in our teachers, our principals, and our school communities. And as Deputy Chancellor Dr. Joanna Bay shared last week, we are thrilled that so many DCPS educators continue to choose DCPS this fall. As shared, 90% of our teachers from last school year continue and enroll in DCPS this year, and 79% of our teachers return to teach at the same school this year, outpacing the average for large districts comparable to DCPS. Thank you to all the families and educators who are choosing DCPS. In my 25-year history in education as a teacher, as a principal, a district leader, superintendent in Indianapolis, and as chancellor for DCPS, I have been laser focused on improving student achievement. DCPS is committed to ensuring that our students reach their full potential. This is critical and also challenging mission. Statewide and national assessment results confirm that the COVID-19 pandemic led significant declines in academic outcomes for students across the nation, with a disproportionate impact on students, low income, and also Black and Brown students, the majority of students attending DCPS. And we know that there are students who are in need of additional support to meet their full potential before the pandemic as well. It is for all these reasons that we are making substantial investments this school year in the strategies that will help our students recover and excel. Today, I want to leave you with 3 key messages. First, last spring, we saw student gains and proficiency on PARCC that we should celebrate. That's progress. Second, this fall, we're seeing encouraging signs of further student academic progress. And third, DCPS is strategic about how we deploy both local and federal resources to support student learning. DCPS is proud to see students performing at levels on our state assessment, which is PARCC. DCPS continues to show progress in both ELA and math. Notably, in DC is among the few states that have in the nation maintained a hard line and been firm about high standards. These assessments measure the knowledge and skills that matter the most for our students: understanding and analyzing complex text, evidence-based writing, and mathematical problem solving. All the skills that lead to confidence and success in our key academic areas. Students in grades 3 through 8 in high school take these assessments in ELA and mathematics each spring, and these assessments are the result of several measures that come together that provide a broader picture of our students' progress. DCPS is proud to see the performance increases from the 21-22 school year, but recognize there remains more work to do to return to pre-pandemic levels and beyond. DCPS saw gains in proficiency rates in both ELA and math compared to the spring of 22 assessment. Math, which saw a greater drop in 2022, remains substantially below the 2019 levels, while ELA, which saw a less dramatic drop in 2022 and is more close aligned to the pre-pandemic levels of performance. We also recognize it is more work to do in DCPS as we address gaps between subgroups, particularly in mathematics. DCPS has major subgroups that are showing growth from 2022 in both ELA and mathematics proficiency, though they are improving in various rates. We also know that progress has not been seen across all wards and there are uneven achievement across the city. And there's more work to do to support our students furthest from opportunity. Please see the slide accompanying my testimony, which also showed PARCC progress over the past several years. DCPS is also proud to see promising trends after our initial review of data from the first term of this school year. We're heartened and proud that we're seeing early literacy achievement levels match pre-pandemic levels and exceeding national averages. On our beginning of year assessments, students in elementary and middle school are matching pre-pandemic levels of proficiency, and on our district-wide reading proficiency levels for our oldest students who have reached a 5-year high. Let's zoom into some of the trends that we're also seeing with early literacy achievement. Over the past 4 years, DCPS is proud to have made substantial investments to support early literacy. We believe our youngest learners are achieving success due to several key strategies that have been implemented in DCPS. One, as you heard today, deepening the knowledge around the science of reading for our educators and instructional leaders. For example, we've trained 450 educators at the DC Reading Clinic. We have provided the dyslexia awareness training to over 4,000 DCPS educators, and we're launching 2 early literacy institutes for school leaders within DCPS over the past years, serving over 200 participants. Providing kindergarten, first, and second grade students in DCPS with our new Decodables, our Readers Next Door series, is another strategy we're really proud of. This is a set of 120 original, research-aligned, phonics-based, culturally relevant books designed to strengthen early literacy skills. These texts integrate student experiences with characters that reflect DCPS and the demographics and places within the DCPS community. There's regular monitoring of student progress and teaching students in small groups based on their needs and the support of data analysis from our central services staff. Continuing the work of the DC Reading Clinic to serve students who need intensive intervention and also to train teachers in effective practices. We're excited that the clinic is expanding into middle school next school year. In case you're not familiar with the DC Reading Clinic, it is in DCPS and it is supported by our central services staff and provides 2 sites that provide free literacy tutoring. And at each site, we are also simultaneously training teachers while they work directly with students who are having reading difficulties. For example, this fall at Turner Elementary Schools, teachers trained at the Reading Clinic work with a 2nd grader who has special needs and was unable to read 3-letter words at the beginning of the year. Now, after just a few months of intervention, this student is meeting the goals of their individualized education plan, also known as IEP, and consistently reading 3-letter words. This clinic is ensuring that our teachers have the training needed to make a difference in the lives of our students. DCPS is also strategic about how to best use resources to achieve our mission. Thanks to Mayor Bowser's leadership, DCPS has a robust set of resources to support our mission. And like the school districts across the country, we've been very fortunate to receive federal resources to support our recovery effort. This school year, we are directing federal ESSER funding across a range of priorities within DCPS, one being recovery and acceleration. This school year, DCPS has budgeted $7 million in ESSER funds to support our school-based efforts geared towards acceleration and recovery. For example, at Johnson Middle School, they're using their funds to invest in partnerships to support students that need intensive reading support, as well as staff-led high-impact tutoring. Support for the whole child. $12 million has been implemented inside of our multi-tiered system of supports, also known as MTSS, that includes academic and social emotional learning strategies designed to accelerate learning during the school year and during the summer as well. Next investment I'm pleased to highlight is our technology plan and IT support. $20 million has been invested to support our Empower Learners initiative, a comprehensive multi-year plan to close the digital divide by expanding technology access, enhancing curriculum, and providing professional development and offering information and access for our families. Safety and operations is another priority. We've invested $19 million to fund activities that promote health and safety and maintain school operation in response to the pandemic, including swing transportation, deep cleaning of our schools, central service staffing, and the purchase of equipment. Finally, the area to highlight is differentiated family and student supports. $1 million have invested to engage families and students in targeted school communications to build confidence in math skills and also to establish stronger relationship post-pandemic via our district-wide 2-way engagement and communication platform. This includes our DREAM effort, which includes family engagement that support high quality and joyful math experiences for students and families outside of the classroom. One strategy that has supported acceleration and learning is high impact tutoring. And I believe you also heard that from many those that testified today. You also heard that from Dr. Grant as well. High impact tutoring is an evidence-based approach that is designed to improve academic performance for those students that are below grade level. In alignment with national research, DCPS defines high impact tutoring as at least 90 minutes of tutoring per week with a tutor to student ratio no greater than 1:4, delivered by a consistent tutor. In addition to these basic scheduling structures, 3 other critical components of high impact tutoring exist, including having high quality tutors, evidence-based curricula aligned to grade level content, and data-driven practice. High impact tutoring with just-in-time support for our students provides targeted instruction with specific skills in mind and standards that improve not only student performance, but also address needed access to Tier 1 content. We have seen strong evidence that we are reaching the right students with our high impact tutoring, and that with this high impact tutoring that is delivered with fidelity, these students are making strong gains in academic achievement. Over 70% of DCPS schools are implementing high-impact tutoring to some extent. Last school year, 7,000 students participated in tutoring, and nearly all of these students started the year below grade level. Black students and students designated as at risk are overrepresented in students receiving high-impact tutoring, in alignment with our student achievement trends. We are also pleased to share that across all our assessments, students who meet the high impact dosage requirements show more growth than students who did not meet our high impact tutoring dosage requirements. I'd like to share one more example of high impact tutoring. Last year at Ballou High School, a student was recommended for tutoring by their geometry teacher. She was failing behind in math, she was skipping class regularly and didn't complete coursework and said that she didn't want to work on math skills anymore. But after a few weeks, she met with her tutor from Raising a Village, one of our partners, and gradually they started to work together to build a rapport and also began to work on math skills. After a few more weeks, her confidence started to improve, followed by her grades. Her teacher noticed positive changes in class. By the end of the year, she made over 2 grade levels of improvement and progress in math, and high impact tutoring works at DCPS. And this is just one example of that. And we're proud of this strategy and the way it's been implemented in supporting our students. DCPS is committed to ensuring that our students have the math skills they need to succeed in college and career. DCPS recognized that math proficiency levels decrease because of a lot of lost learning time, disruption, and trauma from the pandemic. We've seen significant work to do to ensure our students are recovering appropriately. To that end, DCPS is investing several initiatives to improve math outcomes, including our new early childhood education math curriculum for our pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 students called Building Blocks, which prepares our youngest learners to succeed in math, a focus on math fluency and number sense. Learners in grades K through 5 are developing deep understanding of operations and number facts by using Building Blocks fluency supplemental curriculum during their fluency block. We're also enhancing screening and intervention efforts. We're supporting our teachers, ensuring that our formative assessments are monitored regularly for student progress real time and with short tasks that students demonstrate that they know and that teachers are providing appropriate instruction to meet student needs. We're also deepening our content knowledge of our teachers. We're investing in our educators by partnering with Trinity University and the Flynn Education team to provide a 4-course graduate certificate for our teachers and our math coaches. Courses are focused on math content knowledge, specifically understanding how standards progress along a learning continuum from kindergarten to algebra. Federal resources are coming to an end in September of 2024. Over time, DCPS has intentionally stepped down our ESSER investments to prepare for the absence of ESSER funding in fiscal year 25. While DCPS may not be able to maintain the level of investment of these direct services, we are reviewing critical investments to determine which initiatives need to continue and which will cease. While today's testimony has focused primarily on the measures of achievement in literacy and numeracy, DCPS is also committed to ensuring that we're educating the whole child and not just focusing exclusively on achievement in math, numeracy, and literacy. While we know that other subjects such as art, music, financial literacy, and computer science all have benefits, and this is why we continue to invest in dual language programs, career and technical education, study abroad, and other programs to teach physical health, like riding bikes and also learning how to swim. While I hope you find this testimony and accompanying data very valuable, it can also be helpful for you to see the work of our students, our teachers, our school communities in action. Therefore, we invite you to visit one of our schools to do a walkthrough to see the specific academic acceleration strategies that you're interested in. We're also happy to accommodate your schedule in a couple months for a visit. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the work of DCPS and the important topic of academic achievement. I'm available to answer questions you may have, and I look forward to today's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Farabee. Thank you, each of you. There'll be at least one 10-minute round of questions from council members. I think I'll start with this. The Chancellor Farabee, you were talking near the end of your statement about high impact tutoring. Who makes the decision to implement high impact tutoring at a school?
Thank you, Chairman, for that question. Our school leaders primarily derive who is served. We ask that they use our multi-tier system of support I referenced earlier. The MTSS system is designed for our school leaders and our educators to track academic performance and progress monitor throughout the school year, and to identify gaps in learning where students may need access to high impact tutoring. Schools also utilize the formative assessments that we administer throughout the school year as well, to drive and inform their tutoring strategies and who needs intervention. And then we also analyze our summative assessments as well, such as PARCC and the NAEP assessment.
Okay, so that was sort of got into the how, and my question was to who. So it's not that Central says to Turner Elementary School, we're going to do some high impact tutoring there. It's that the principal at Turner says, I need some high impact tutoring.
Yes, it is directly driven by the school leader. Now, schools may request resources in alignment with the needs that they have identified for their student population.
Well, and I assume that high impact tutoring comes out of probably the school-wide support line at DCPS.
Schools use a number of resources, but they also have access to grant funding through OSSI, and then they can also request additional funding through DCPS that we can provide additional dollars. We also provide those resources over the summer as well, depending upon the needs of their student population.
Sure. Not to cut you off, but I'm on a clock. Does DCPS track how at-risk concentration dollars are used for the kind of academic interventions you've been testifying?
So we ask schools to review what we call their CSP, which is their Comprehensive School Improvement Plan. This plan should be in alignment with the needs of their student population. There's a data analysis process that we ask school and local school advisory teams to engage in. And so this begins with their budget development as they allocate resources for the coming school year. That could be staffing, it could be tutoring, it could be.
We're getting away from my question, not to cut you off, but I'm on a clock. My question had to do with, so we put at-risk, we put quite a bit of at-risk dollars into DCPS. We do for both sectors. And I'm just wondering if there's any sort of tracking of how those at-risk dollars are used for the sort of academic interventions that you outlined in your testimony.
Yes, so we monitor this through alignment with their Comprehensive School Improvement Plan, which is in alignment with the needs of their student populations. So for example, we see many schools utilize those dollars for instructional coaches, also reading teachers, reading support, curriculum materials. There's a wide range of resources that schools invest in.
So let me ask Dr. Walker Davis a question. I don't want you to feel lonely here, although I've only been 4 minutes.
Oh, I thought you were asking me about at-risk funding, sorry.
So in your statement, you said 6 public charter campuses saw increases in both their ELA and math proficiency by at least 11 percentage points compared to the year earlier, which strikes me as pretty remarkable. So I highlighted that because I want to ask a question that's sort of stupid, but also sort of profound, which is that if 6 schools can do that, why can't all the schools do that?
Thank you for the question, Chairman. I think first of all, I also want to thank you from hearing directly from LEA leaders. They will best be able to tell you the story of the strategies that they're using. Some of those that testified are among the schools that did receive those double-digit percentage increases. I would say that it is possible. Some of the things that you heard today from LEA leaders, from Dr. Grant, from the Chancellor, are all of the resources, continued investment strategies, and training that we need to employ for that to be possible at every LEA and every campus within an LEA. But yes, it is possible. And the beauty is that we do have proof points in our ecosystem where we can learn from. I appreciate, again, the opportunity for those schools and some others who will either submit testimony to lift up the things that they were doing. I would also give a shout out, so to speak, to Mr. Goldstein, who shared some other strategies that could be explored. So yes, it's possible. And all of the things that were shared today are ways that we need to continue to work collaboratively to make sure that that is the case.
But so then I'm just going to ask the same question again. Why can't I sit here being really frustrated that we know it works because it worked in 6 schools on the charter side? I suspect DCPS is the same. Why aren't we doing this with all the schools? I'm asking sort of the same question again, but a little differently.
Yeah,
it says we know the answer, but we're not doing it.
My short answer to that is the conditions are not all the same at every one of our schools. The investments are going to look different. The circumstances for each of our students and all of the student groups are going to look different. So the strategies, it's not that educators don't know the strategies. It's our ability to bring all of those to bear in the right way for the specific circumstances at each campus. So it is possible, but it will continue to require the collective efforts and all of the strategies that we've lifted up today.
I'm going to try to remember this question for the next hearing. So I have a different question for Dr. Grant. Near the end of your testimony, you said this, and I want you to elaborate on it, explain what you were talking about and why. Additionally, OSSE is committed to creating and implementing a comprehensive strategy to leverage our authority as an SEA to address, support, and hold accountable schools whose overall academic performance places them in the bottom 5% of schools, as well as schools with deep disparities in student outcomes across subgroups. Through this work, we aim to provide high-quality instruction and improve learning environments to our neediest students.
Thank you for the question. It's an extension to the conversation that we shared during our school improvement hearing. We have been deeply invested through our strategic plan. And as we prepare for reporting requirements to US Ed in 2024, to deeply support our schools, provide technical assistance for those that are in the bottom 5%, and to be able to use this rich data to target individual schools, subgroups, and provide those types of supports to drive their improvement and the overall improvement of our system.
So this is new authority for OSSE, correct?
Not necessarily new, in as much as us deeply exploring the fullness of our authority, really looking at what is required by the federal government, stepping back with our school community, and deeply developing our vision and intentions around school improvement, much of which we currently have the authority to do so, but we are going to deeply look at the role that we play as a state education agency in the continuous improvement and technical assistance and, improvement overall of our system. So
we're talking about our lowest performing schools.
That is our, yes.
Would you call this a top-down approach or a collaborative approach?
It'll be a collaborative approach. As we discussed even in the last hearing, we do want to engage directly with our LEAs. You hear the continual theme amongst all of us around how grateful we were that LEAs were able to testify today. It is heartening to see the investments we stood up at OSSE directly play out in the schools and hear the schools report back that A, those investments were helpful, and B, that they want more. We want to have that same approach for school improvement, where we are looking at the data data, looking at what's taking place in the schools, and then hearing what schools say that they need in terms of support, and then providing that support. A lot of that played out in the testimony of the witnesses today. When we think about school improvement, that is collaborative work, that is deep work that occurs at the school level. And so schools, principals, LEA leaders have to be a part of that critical conversation. In some respects, I'd go so as far to say that it actually won't work if it's a top-down approach. You actually need individuals in central offices or in state agencies that have run schools, that understand the journey towards school improvement, working directly with individuals who are doing that work every single day. And I would just say again, that was evidenced in a lot of the testimony today, individuals standing up the trainings and offering that we have put in place, and then we step back and align on what's needed, and then we have to be responsive to those needs.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much for that testimony, Dr. Grant. I have a couple of questions for you. The move to CAPE, I want to understand what's new about that. Is that when we went from DC CAS to PARC, there was a disconnect, and you couldn't, the old data, you couldn't compare it to the new data. Are we going to be in that place with CAPE? Is CAPE, are we going to be in that place with CAPE?
We will not be in that place. And sorry, good afternoon, council member. We will have comparability in our assessment results. We will have the ability to look at how students perform in this assessment as they currently looked at the assessment they took last spring. We are excited about developing this assessment fully in-house, and that's really good news. It's just representing a shift from the consortium, which by definition involves other states, to an assessment that is DC specific. We're now in our driver's seat to fully own the development and the administration of our assessment. It's, for us as a state education agency, it's a moment of pride that we are strong enough as a state education agency to do this work in-house, to do it in service of our system. And in 2024, the assessment will look and feel the same to students. And we are working even with our LEAs right now to make sure that they have the technical assistance and support for that administration. But by and large, at the school level, it should look and feel the same. We will continue to administer high quality assessments. It provides the foundation for this conversation that we have today. And we will have the ability to structure our assessments and continue to design and tweak assessments over time. Sorry, that was a long answer.
No. I mean, I have to try to police that the answers not go too long. So,
sorry.
And when you say you're going to do it in-house, will it be OSSE employees, or are you bringing in a consultant to do this? It's actually almost a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no question. The state education agency oversees the administration of the exams. We do that through a contract with an organization that helps us literally do the administration of the exams. We oversee that contract. And so it's a middle ground, and council has given us permission.
Can you say who the contractor is, just out of
It's
curiosity?
with Pearson.
What's that, McPherson?
With Pearson Learning.
Pearson, wonderful. So you referred to courses or work in cybersecurity and nursing that were being done at centralized locations. Where is that happening? If so, what are those centralized locations? I'm curious.
Well, one, I would love to invite you and any member of council to come visit the Advanced Technical Center. We launched the Advanced Technical Center on Trinity's campus last year, exceeded our target enrollment, and now the Advanced Technical Center permanently lives at Penn Center. It's an amazing facility. Currently, we have over 13 different high schools across the district, both DCPS and charter. Students who are in their junior and senior year are doing in-person, real training in cybersecurity and nursing in a first-class, state-of-the-art facility where students are being taught by university professors, receiving college credit, getting dual enrollment credit, and getting access to career credentialing. I will try to continue to be brief, but our attendance rate for the ATC is over 90%. And last year, our students earned over $300,000 in college credit. And so it is a glowing example of what's possible for our students, and our students exceeded our enrollment targets. And again, would love to have you or any member of council tour the facility and see just what's possible as we align to reimagine high school in the district.
100%. I'm going to take you up on that tour.
Can't wait to schedule it.
You might not be surprised. I'd love to see things like that happening with the University of the District of Columbia as well, but we'll pick that up on the tour.
UDC is also a partner. I should have named that. UDC is also a partner.
Wonderful. An observation about a couple data points. One of the things is looking at the enrollment numbers. One thing that strikes me is that we refer to our total enrollment as the sum of DCPS and the charter schools. But we have a new phenomenon, which is the CBOs through the PKEEP program. And they are publicly funded students who we're educating. And I wonder whether we should be looking at how do you capture that in total enrollment figures, because I think we're actually doing a little bit better than we give ourselves credit for. I think there's another 1,000 students who are being served through CBOs who, if you compare today's enrollment to 6 years ago, there weren't those 1,000 students, and we should get credit for it. I'm curious your reaction to that.
Yeah, we don't include that number as a part of our total enrollment, but you are correct. We should think about how we report that number out as well. When we think about our overall system, we have 500 early childhood, a little under 500 early childhood providers that are providing great service to our little learners. And we have, it's a blessing in the district, the investments that we make in early childhood education. And so point well taken. And we should think about how we report those numbers. You are correct that all in, we have, over 100,000 learners in our system.
So another data point, earlier in the testimony, folks referred to that the new DC report card was out. And so I went to my computer and looked at it. And you may know that a set of data that I have been interested in for a long time is mid-year mobility. And so I crunched the numbers, and maybe you have done this already. By my calculation, DCPS saw 4,000 students enter their schools after the October audit and before the end of May. That's an enormous number. They lost, and this is like past years, they lost 2,800, 2,900, but they had a net gain during the course of the year of over 1,100 students. The charter sector, as you know, has way fewer entries in the middle of the year and had a net loss, by my calculation, of a little over 1,500. But those 4,000 kids, I think when I look at the data more closely, I'm going to see that many of them entered and exited schools in our low-income communities, schools that face the largest challenge. And it strikes me, and I'll ask Chancellor Farabee about this in a moment, that contending with that mid-year mobility is an enormous challenge. Not all schools are the same. The Matter of Right schools in our lowest income neighborhoods face enormous challenges. And what kinds of things is OSSI doing to try to support those schools to contend with that mid-year mobility?
Well, one, it's a great question, and we are thankful, at least at the agency, that we are able to collect this data and publish it so transparently. So my team, we really do want to continue to explore your questions directly with you and your team. The DME really does work with DCPS to account for the flux that occurs as students move into the system and essentially ensure that there are fundings to meet those flexible needs. I think I would, again, love to engage in a conversation on the role that we could play as we think about mobility through the middle of the year, as DCPS does accept students at any point in a school year. And so for us, the priority is making sure that those teachers that are working with the students have the trainings and supports that they need. But as you frame the question, it is correct to let the chancellor weigh in and frame out what takes place. It's my understanding that DCPS has special funding to address mobility, but I wouldn't want to overspeak what's taking place directly at the LEA level.
So I will turn to you, Chancellor Farabee, to speak to this issue. I will say this is an issue that I've focused on for a long time and tracked the data pretty closely. And there was a long time where the mid-year entries, the net gain for DCPS was like 500 during the course of the year. And now it's like 1,100. So the year before it was like 1,000. It's way up in terms of the net gain during the middle of the year. What do you think accounts for that? What kinds of things are you able to do to support those kids and those environments where teachers need to contend and administrators need to contend with kids who may have gone through trauma who are arriving in the middle of the year? I'll let you speak to it.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Freeman. I appreciate your focus on this issue. We also are grateful to the council for the mobility dollars that have been allocated to DCPS. As Superintendent Grant mentioned, we do build into our allotment to schools as the system of right the ability to address student need throughout the year, as we know that there is mobility. And as you pointed out, oftentimes that mobility exists in our schools that are the most fragile. And so having the appropriate infrastructure and supports, for example, you'll often find smaller class sizes, ability to have additional staff at the start of the school year, knowing that you are anticipating more students later in the school year. So it's not unusual in schools where we see lots of mobility. We also seen a lot of new multilingual learners. And so we have the appropriate structures there, not only for the student, but also for the family as well. And I think someone mentioned earlier in their testimony about the promise of our connected schools model. And that is another resource that we rely on, not only just to support the student that is often moving from neighborhood to school, but also the entire family. And so we try to create that infrastructure and support for the student and the family, and quickly learn about the academic needs of that student. Do they have an individualized education plan? What has been their historical performance? And try to begin to address their needs as quickly as possible.
You may not say it, but I'll say it, that I'm not satisfied with the level of support that we're giving to you to deal with this issue, which I think is a real challenge, but my time is up.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. Let's start with OSSI. Superintendent Grant, the announcement was made that the district is moving away from the PARCC assessment. Can you describe the work that is going into, one, creating a new assessment, and two, getting schools up to speed to implement that assessment next year?
Yeah, and good afternoon, council member. We, again, are excited about the shift. We're trying to ensure that at the LEA level, all of our schools have what they need. As I said, what the students experience and what schools experience should not shift dramatically. We are working to ensure that our assessments remain of high quality, that our testing security protocols remain in place. That work starts with data managers and testing teams all across the district. And those conversations have begun and will continue through the administration. When we come back from holiday break, we aggressively kick off our assessment season, and our schools will have exactly what they need. So there should not be a dramatic shift in terms of what they experience at the school level.
Thank you. And I'm told that maybe that question was asked in a somewhat similar way, but while I stepped out of the room, so my apologies for the repeated question. Can you explain the reason for moving away from PARCC? And while I know DC was among the last few remaining states using PARCC, it to go from a proven assessment to creating one in such a short amount of time seems like a huge feat. So what was the reason for OSSI's decision to move away?
Well, one, the consortium dissolved, and so we were the last remaining state administering that version of the PARCC exam. And we were thankful to be a part of the journey with other states that built that strong foundation. You should know, both from the executive and from this council, we've been building the capacity for years to be able to make this move. And so, both as a superintendent and a member of OSSE, we are excited to be at this stage where you could say that your state education agency is administering a statewide assessment that was built, designed, and administered in the state. So that's a huge accomplishment and should send tremendous thanks to our data and research team on the milestone. But we now get to make decisions on design, quality of items, which are questions, the administration, the opening of the testing window and the closing of the testing window, something that's near and dear to the chancellor's heart. All of that work and decision-making and implementation is taking place through the state education agency in DC. So for us, it's a milestone, but what teachers, principals, et cetera, should experience, they should not experience a dramatic shift, but the capacity for us to do this work as an SEA is a huge milestone for us. And we have been preparing for it for years, and we will be making that shift in the spring.
Okay. And one last question about the assessments. I noted that 95% of students took the PARCC assessment. What accounts for the 5% that did not take it?
Such a great question. One, it is, you are an assessment aficionado like I am. And so you know that achieving the 95% participation rate is significant. It's an increase over last year. And that's the type of work that we are excited about. School by school, LEA by LEA, we are assisting our schools with their testing windows, testing days. How are they setting up high quality testing conditions? What are all of the tools that they're putting in place with families? How do you make sure you're ready for your ELA or math assessment? It's exciting to see that we've hit that milestone, and that means that we are assessing over 40,000 children a year. So I just want to frame that out. The biggest areas where we are seeking improvement, that 5% is really occurring at the high school level. As you can imagine, high schoolers are an interesting group, and we are working even with the chancellor on what does it mean to have the testing window happen earlier in the spring, because once we get to, April, May, June, high schoolers are getting ready largely for their end of year activities. And so we have spent a lot of time, both with DCPS and our other LEAs, looking at what are the supports that need to be in place at the high school level. That is where we're seeing our challenge with respect to the 5%. But achieving 95% is a significant milestone, and it's an increase over last year.
Awesome. Thank you. Chancellor, I wanted to come first to the assessments that are used in the classroom leading up to PARCC. And so we hear routinely from some teachers that it feels like I'm always assessing my students. I know you all are using ANET, iReady, DIBELS, and a range of other assessments. While I'm not going to ask you to rattle them all off, I'm more interested in DCPS's assessment strategy and how you're communicating that out to schools and educators so they're clear on, I'm asking you to take this ANET assessment, for instance, because it's going to do blank, or this blank assessment because it's going to pay off in this way. So can you just speak to DCPS's assessment strategy and how that is communicated to educators?
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Parker, for that question, because it's evolved. When we were initially coming back to in-person learning from the pandemic, we needed the most information at that time because students hadn't been in the classroom. So we did modify our assessment structure to gather as much information as we could about where are our learners, what are the types of supports they need, providing our educators with as much information through our multi-tier system of support. Since then, we review this on an annual basis and we made modifications. We do rely on our formative assessment a lot to drive our high-impact tutoring, the types of interventions that occur throughout the year, recommendations for summer schools and additional supports, but also the progress monitor towards our summative assessments as well. And we have recently changed our assessments in mathematics. We know that's an area where we need to have as much intel as possible where students are with our most complex concepts. But we do spend a lot of time on early literacy. I'm sure you're quite familiar with DIBELS. That's an example of assessment that is administered 3 times a year. Most of our formative assessments are administered in that format, where there'll be a beginning of year assessment to understand where students are coming off the summer. There'll be a middle of year assessment, which will typically take place January, February, and then there's an end of year assessment going into the summer. And there are some intermittent assessments between those windows, but they're not as formal as those typical 3 segments where you'll see the majority of our formative assessments.
And it's worth noting that DCPS did see improved performance in this year's park, which is an increase from last year's dip. I think everybody saw a decline last year following the pandemic. So just want to shout out the work that educators are doing and that you all are doing at DCPS for that.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And then our formative assessment, one of the benefits of the formative assessment is you can compare yourself nationally.
Yes.
Because there are thousands of school district LEAs across the nation that are administering the same assessment. So when we look at our students, when we came back at the beginning of the year, we have more students at the highest levels of proficiency in early literacy, and we have less students compared nationally that are at the bottom. So I think that's a strong representation of not only our summative data, but what we see formatively and nationally as well.
And those formative assessments, I know this is often missed by a lot of people, are meant to be instructional tools, because if I'm seeing that students are struggling in this area, that I still have time to shore them up there. But I think that is being lost for a lot of educators, so it may be worth just reinforcing the reason why we're taking this assessment versus another. I know time is ticking. I wanted, and I'll just end here, not unless we're gonna have another round of questions, but just access to a well-rounded education. And I would love if we can hear from the charter board as well as DCPS. Are all schools having access, and to what extent, to science, social studies, the arts, et cetera, in your curriculum?
The short answer is yes, because of time. I would just quickly give you examples of where we covered a lot of ground is the importance of reading and writing across the content areas. So incorporating science, social study, the arts in what we need to accomplish in math and literacy. We do, as a part of our budget allocation, ensure that schools have the appropriate positions to provide those services. Now, we do give some creativity, and they can operate within our parameters and what they offer and the types of programming that's available to students. And then we're also bolstering, especially at the middle school level, our after-school programming, which can also complement what students experience during the day.
Mr. Chairman, if I could have just 2 extra minutes so Dr. Walker Davis can answer the question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman, and thanks for the question, Councilmember Parker. Similar to what the Chancellor said, that is what most of all of our charter schools strive for. I do want to say this, which I probably don't have to say to this group, but charter schools do have autonomy over their curriculum, instruction, their courses, their scheduling. So it is going to look different at each charter school, but most of them strive to give a well-rounded education. And what is unique and wonderful about charter schools is some of them by design focus very heavily on STEM or focus very heavily on arts or policy or social justice. And so in addition to trying to give the basics with a primary emphasis on literacy and numeracy, we have specific programming that tries to address that and perhaps gives even more of an experience in some of those.
I haven't delved into this, but here's my pitch. And I know you probably are well aware, and I'm preaching to the choir, but those content areas, namely social studies, is where knowledge is developed, which informs literacy performance. And so I know a lot of people like to double down on literacy, but they are forsaking the knowledge building courses like history.
As a former social studies teacher, you are singing my language.
Yeah. Preach the gospel.
Yeah, we should shout out Dr. Grant, the State Board of Ed, for the new social studies standards.
Yes.
Yes, and it's the foundation of literacy and critical thinking. So thank you, council member.
absolutely. Well, thank you all. In my last 8 seconds,
In your
we
last
have,
8 seconds, you'll ask the question for 8
we have a
seconds.
lot of work to
There'll
do,
be-
but I'm hardened by
There'll be
progress.
another,
Thank you.
there'll be another round, although Lakeisha has a note for you.
Okay.
I was just wondering, are we in church here? Praise the Lord, gospel. So I have a few more questions. Chancellor Farabee, what would you say are the barriers that prevent students from being successful?
Yeah, I think you heard a lot of the myriad of challenges that we're facing in the testimony today. A lot of people talked about our structural challenges, the socioeconomic challenges, how families experienced the pandemic certainly was different in many households across the city, and we saw disparities widen. I think those are some factors that come to mind that we face. It's been no secret that we struggled, and we've seen the same challenges nationally in student attendance and coming back to school, along with some of the other trauma experiences that we see in our schools as a result of the pandemic as well. So we have a lot of the same challenges we had prior to the pandemic, but that's intensified with new challenges that we have to address that can sometimes be a barrier to teaching and learning.
So then my follow-up question is, what is DCPS doing as an LEA to address those barriers?
Yeah, so as a part of our ESSER funding investment, as I mentioned earlier, ensuring that we're having all of the appropriate supports for our students. So whether it's our tech plan and dealing with the digital divide, I mentioned our connected schools efforts, which we invested in. We have also some grant dollars for it, which supports the family. We're continuing to partner with Department of Behavioral Health on our mental health supports, both for our students and our staff. And there are many other that I can provide, but I think most importantly, what we've seen is that many of the strategies that we've utilized have proven to be effective. We have seen our attendance improve last school year, and from the first term, we have even better attendance data than we had last year. And so similar to our academic progress, as many shared today, I don't think there are any quick fixes that are out there. But what we do know is that what we have done has been effective, and we'll continue to utilize those resources. And the high impact tutoring, the small group supports is I think a great example of academically how students are thriving, but we also have very customized and intensive supports for those students that have needs in other areas as well.
So you mentioned ESSER paying for a lot of this. ESSER is going to run out, and this question actually applies to every one of you. Maybe more Dr. Grant, because the ESSER money seems to flow through her agency. But Dr. Farabee, as a large LEA, you have a lot of ESSER money. So what's the plan for what's the plan for the ESSER cliff?
Yeah, so as I shared in our testimony, there'll be areas that we need to maintain our supports. For example, our restorative practices, the need for those supports increased by 250%. And there were often need for mediation among students, other supports in our restorative practices team. So that's one area that we need to continue to invest. I mentioned technology. I'll come back to that. There's still work to be done in that area. We need to make investments. We're really proud of the capacity we built around supporting principals with hiring and ensuring that they have access to a deep pool of talent and able to process them quickly. So
well, you're speaking to the need, but you're not speaking to the cliff.
Right. So I'm giving you examples of areas that I have already proactively identified where we made investment with ESSER dollars that we are actively thinking about how we maintain those services. I highlight some of those.
Thinking about, but you don't have an answer.
Well, we're in the budget development process, as you know. And so there are trade-offs as you make those decisions. And we're in the process of creating a budget that is responsive to those needs, but also balances the need for other services as well.
And
Dr.
Chairman, I
Grant, how
think
would
you heard a consistent theme through all of the witnesses around the ESSER investments that were stood up, that you directly hear from schools that they are interested in us continuing literacy investments, high impact tutoring investments, investments in high quality instructional materials. What the data, that's the foundation of this conversation, shows us is that we have achieved increases in proficiency in math. We have a lot more work to do. It is a strong data point that we are seeing growth occur at a rate that was higher than 2018-19. That tells us that these investments that we've made through the pandemic have been the right investments, targeted in the right ways to serve the children most in need. We will have to step back and think about how we use evidence-based interventions like HIT to continue to make those investments in our students. And as we go through this process of developing our budget, you will hear more from us about that. As we think about ESSER roll down and avoiding a cliff, the chancellor is correct that we have been really strategic across DCPS and with our other LEAs around providing technical assistance and support and guidance on how do they start to spend down their money in ways that won't dramatically impact FTEs, but are continuing to double down on the investments we need right now. And so there will be more to come on this topic, but we are working as an agency with all of our LEAs on how they navigate the closeout of what now is ESSER 2 and what will take place next year when we close out ESSER 3.
So the answer is stay tuned, and that's not necessarily wrong, but that's the answer. Stay tuned. We don't know.
I mean, the answer is we heard a lot today, and we are listening and looking at data and trying to align data with investments. And my apologies, Chancellor, I think I cut you off.
No, you actually made a point that I was gonna make. It's like we're still also listening. I've done our budget engagement with our broader community. I'm scheduled to meet with our students. We have a number of student engagement sessions around our budget. So we are still listening and learning of what the experience has been for the young people in DCPS and how we best serve them. We're also coupling with that our data analysis of what has worked and also what we see as critical strategies that we need to maintain with our resources, and that will require some trade-offs. What those trade-offs will be, not able to share that today as we're developing our budget, but there will be more to come.
And Chairman, I would just add, I can't overstate that this challenge is going to look very different at the individual charter level, particularly for some of our single site LEAs. What I do know to be true is all of the things that the chancellor said are areas that school leaders are thinking about right now. They are likely going to make the decisions that lead to continued investment in high impact tutoring and intervention supports, but that means that they're not going to be able to do some of the other things that we know are important too. And you've heard me testify at probably every opportunity that I can about the ways that city government and public agencies and partners could be taking some of the load, the non-instructional load that our schools are experiencing off their plates. And so they are going to have to make difficult trade-offs. But to me, the response and the solution is, how does our city budget look different for some of those other supports outside of the schools so that schools can focus on the additional academic supports with the resources that are provided?
Yeah, well, it's an important question because if we're talking about improving academic achievement and especially improving it more quickly, we're relying on strategies that have required ESSER dollars, and the ESSER dollars are going away, but I'm running out of time. I have a question here, and I'm not going to like the answer, and that is schools in Ward 7 and 8 saw the lowest achievement rates across the city. What additional investments are being made targeted towards 7 and 8 specifically, schools specifically? And just as an example, proficiency, Turner Elementary, 4.3% of the students were proficient in English or ELA. Hyde Addison and Georgetown, 51.7% proficient. So there's been a lot of talk about approaches to those students who need more help, but there's nothing that's been specific to Ward 7 and 8. Chancellor, you want to give it a shot?
microphone back on here. So I think you heard directly today from Principal Shelby and the type of achievement gains that they've realized. We got other examples. Johnson Middle School, we saw progress. Kelly Miller, I could give you several other schools, Ward 7 and 8. I think what's also most important that we haven't done a deep dive into just yet is the progress towards proficiency and the type of growth that we've seen in our schools, particularly in Ward 7 and 8, coupled with the increases in proficiency. Certainly not ready to run a victory lap, but we can point to several schools in Ward 7 and 8 who've made significant progress this past year for the 22-23 school year. And we also see evidence of that in other assessment data that we have as well.
And then
So my last question, Councilmember Parker, if I can have a couple of minutes. My last question. So, and this is to each of you, how is this conversation going to be different next year? The CAPE results will come out next fall, maybe August. The granular information will come out next November, roughly, and then we will have a hearing. How will this conversation be different next year to each of you?
I mean, I think for me, I am very confident in our steady progress. I go back to what I said earlier, and it's interesting. I didn't have to say it because so many people said it earlier in their testimony. There are no quick fixes. And we need to begin to sit in that reality. There are no quick fixes to our recovery process. Now, what is promising and exciting is that we know the strategies that we implemented have been working. And we know that more families are choosing our system, which also is, I believe, representation that our system is working. And so I believe we need to continue to double down on those strategies that have been effective. I project that given the rate that we've seen improvement, would not be surprised if we exceed pre-pandemic levels in literacy, and we're beyond where we were pre-pandemic. Math, I think we still have a lot more work to do, but I anticipate the rate of progress as it did in the 22-23 school year will be accelerating in the 23-24 school year as well.
Dr. Grant?
Yeah, I mean, it's such an important question. I hope that we are reporting again historic enrollment, right? I hope we're continuing to see firsthand that families are choosing DC EPS and DC charter schools across the district. I hope that we can report increased graduation rates. So I hope that part of the conversation remains consistent, but what remains is like a fierce urgency around the conversation we've had today. And I am both sobered and humbled at the alignment of the conversation, that public witnesses are literally aligning with what you hear government saying in terms of what has to happen in our schools. So we're going to continue to make fierce investments in all of our schools. You had asked about, what Ward 7 and Ward 8, our high impact tutoring investment are targeted in those schools that have students that are furthest away from opportunity. The largest amount of students who attend the ATC are from Ward 7. And so we aren't just standing up investments, we are targeting these investments into our schools that need not just to improve on our standardized tests or on our framework, but improve so that these students have the life outcomes that they deserve. And that is short-term work. So year over year, we will assess our students, we will produce data, we will gather for this conversation, but that's long haul work. That's not just recovering from the pandemic, that's staying on track until every single student in our district have the skills and we are able to know that they have those skills so that they can lead the life of their choosing, be it college, career, service, et cetera. And so, the urgency will still be palpable. And I hope we are continuing to show our progress.
Dr. Walker Davis.
I would echo the sentiments of Dr. Farabee and Dr. Grant. I would say from our perspective as PCSB, we will be implementing our new accountability system. So I am hopeful that as we work with charter LEAs to understand that system, they'll have new information. I know that there'll probably be some growing pains, but I think we'll have additional insights as a charter board as to what we can highlight and where there are areas to focus. But I would echo the sentiments that we need to stay the course. I'm hopeful that we're going to continue to see increases in the areas that we are seeing. I'm also hopeful that we're going to see acceleration, particularly for our students who are furthest from opportunity.
I'm way over my time. Thank you, each of you. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. I hope that you heard the testimony of Chelsea Coffin earlier today about the potential link between chronic absenteeism and lagging performance. And that seems like an important observation. And it also coincides with chronic absenteeism is the most challenging in our high school grades. And we're seeing, we're having the most challenges in terms of performance in our high school grades. And I can't help but thinking that some element of that chronic absenteeism could be related to feelings about safety, because those are the most acute in the high school years, I believe. And I am curious in the Safe Passages program, and to what extent, Chancellor Farabee and Dr. Walker Davis, do you coordinate around safe passages and safety issues when there may be a charter school and a DCPS school very nearby? How does that work? And are there things that we could do that might be able to strengthen collaboration in that space to improve safety for our kids?
Thank you for that question. I think it's important to note that, for our high school students, there are competing interests. Certainly safety is a factor, but we do see more high school age students that need to work to support their family. We need our high school students to be at home, to be caregivers for their younger siblings. So there are some issues that our older students do face, and there are some competing interests. But to answer your question about safety, it is daily communication. We have daily communication with the public safety team. Deputy Mayor Pia, her team has been very supportive in helping us be proactive with safety challenges. We have a daily briefing with MPD to be proactive as well, safety. And we have seen some critical actions in ensuring that our students are safe. I think where we see some challenges is, from time to time, we do hear students that their parent or guardian told them, today's not a good day to go to school because they didn't feel that their child or young person would get to school safely. Or I usually walk to school with Christina and Michelle, and I woke up a little late, and because I can't walk with them, I'm not going to go to school today, right? And so those are the challenges that we're trying to troubleshoot. I think the most promising approach is the strong case management that our schools are doing to inform work of Safe Passage, to inform work of DC Connect transportation, all the solutions we know that are available to our young people that can get them to and from school safety. I'm also very much so interested in after school hours as well. I want our student athletes, I want our students staying after school for drama or the arts, and potentially tutoring to feel comfortable and safe. And so we are also having those conversations with the public safety team, and they've been very responsive. And I know Chief Smith has a commitment to ensure that our young people are able to get what they need academically, socially, emotionally as well.
I guess part of my question is, and I'm heartened to hear that, but to what extent, when there's a DCPS school on one corner and there's a charter school on the other, to what extent are you coordinating between each other, or does it all go through the public safety team? I wonder if there could be synergies through collaboration in this space, but I could be wrong. I genuinely ask it as a question.
I think this would be a great time for Dr. Walker Davis and our team to chime on this as well. I think it happens organically, and then I also think it happens in a very structured way as well. I remember we had a convening last year around safety, including all the principals in DCPS and public charter schools. I think that generated more collaborative spirit around information sharing, around safety. We certainly see our students at the same metro stops, taking the same journey to and from school, and have made a commitment to both be present, to supervise, but also to support each other. And I think it happens in different ways in different school communities. And there are many DC families who have children in both DCPS and DC public charter schools. So it's not unique for us to have that intersection of support as well.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Freeman. What I would say is this is an area that was particularly challenging for LEAs, significantly so prior to that convening that Dr. Verby talked about. And that was usually because, particularly if you're a single site LEA and you don't have a lot of staff, you may not necessarily know who to contact in a centralized office, or you may not necessarily know who your safety contact is. And we've made significant progress in better coordination. Our Deputy Mayor for Public Safety has certainly been very approachable and has stood up some resources there. We have a member of our team at the DC Public Charter School Board, actually several members who stay connected on those MPD calls, who work on a greater coordinated strategy. I would just say that we continue to need to double down on those coordinated strategies. I think we need additional resources around safe passages and other pieces, but at the school level, our school leaders actually do a pretty good job of calling their colleagues, whether they be in charter schools or DCPS, because as the chancellor says, students are taking the same metros, they're taking the same buses, they're doing all of that. What I would like to see is that that is less dependent on the school leaders and more coordinated and structured, and as I'm speaking to the council, resourced to make sure that that continues.
So this grows out of a conversation that I had with a high school principal, and I am wondering whether this is a thing, and I would want to work with both of you and your teams to do something that could add to coordination and collaboration in this space. I don't want to step on things that are working, but I would be interested in working together with you to think about things that might be added to the landscape in this space. Chancellor Verby, one of the things you talked about was, how educator quality is so important to the success of our students. And I'm curious, we had a hearing on teacher retention, and we talk about the impact evaluation system, and I don't want to get into all the debates about that, but I am curious what you're seeing in your data in terms of teachers who were ineffective moving up to developing. What are you seeing in terms of step-ups of teachers over time in the last couple of years? What kinds of things can we do so that those numbers of teachers going up increase?
Yeah, what I've observed, for me is about half a decade now is a steady stream of more teachers being evaluated as effective and highly effective. We shared with council that we will be issuing impact bonus payments later this month in December. That number has grown significantly and has grown each year. And so what that says to me is that we have more teachers than the year before and the year before that our principals are identifying as being effective and highly effective in their work. With over 90%, I believe around 90% of our teachers being effective and highly effective. So if we are, let's say 90% of our teachers are effective and highly effective evaluated by their administrators, and we know 90% of effective and highly effective teachers are returning to DCPS, I think those are some pretty impressive numbers. And I would argue that not many urban school districts are experiencing that. Now, what we've also heard from school leaders, and which I mentioned earlier as a priority, is we do have an obligation to ensure that they have access to a very talented pool we need to hire. We also have an obligation to ensure that we support our educators when we do hire them. And so deepening our supports for new teacher orientation, how do we ensure that the principal, the members of their team are supporting them appropriately as well. I tell people all the time, I started my career as a fourth grade teacher and wouldn't have made it without my peers on my fourth grade team. So it is important that we provide that level of intensive support for teachers that may be new to DCPS and not experiencing that same level of success. But by and large, most teachers in DCPS have been deemed effective and highly effective by their school leader.
All right, Chairman Mendelson, I'm going to ask for a couple more minutes, but since you took 4, I think I'm just going to plow on.
Well, except I do want to note this. I believe Dr. Grant has to leave. And so maybe I can give you 4, but let's see if Councilmember Parker's got any questions for Dr. Grant. Oh, is she already gone? She had to go. She's gone. So Councilmember from why don't you continue and then we'll go to.
Okay, great. I will say I went to the reception for new teachers at the beginning of the school year and was really impressed by all of the people. And I did the school readiness tours and spoke with all of the principals in the area that I have, that I serve. And uniformly, they told me how pleased they were with the quality of the teachers that they were able to recruit. I do think that that's an advertisement for the new contract. And I think getting to stable contracts can only help you in that recruitment process. This is not a question, just sort of a paid advertisement.
I agree. We have a bargaining session, I believe it's scheduled for Tuesday of next week. And certainly compensation is critical.
Let me give you a second. I do think compensation is critical. I think that there's also in the long list of things that DCPS had put, that the WTU had put in their priorities, working conditions is also a piece of all of it. And I actually think that you'll hear it quoted back to you when you said that you started as a fourth grade teacher and that your success depended on your peers, because that's the kind of thing that many people out there are encouraging, strengthening that peer-to-peer tutoring. But so I'm very glad to hear that you're going to have a bargaining session soon. Have I given you a little time to get your
Yes, certainly working conditions are important.
All right, and then so going back to the question that I had about the steps, I would be curious, and not now, but if we could get data on how many teachers moved up the steps in recent years. And it would be great if that could be provided soon, but it also could be a thing, if it isn't, then watch for it in oversight questions.
We can provide that data. You know, again, we've also had a focus on our teachers and our communities furthest from opportunity. So I think it's, key to understand that as well. So for example, since the 2018-19 school year in my tenure, the increase of teachers that have been evaluated as effective and highly effective have increased by 11% in Ward 8, right? So we do know not only have we seen better quality according to our school leaders across the district, but specifically where we believe talent is paramount to our journey of dealing with some of our disparities.
Thank you very much. I'm going to not use all of my time, so thank you.
Not use all of your surplus time. Councilmember.
I'm going to try and come in under time. Dr. Walker Davis, I'm going to start with you. I know the Charter Board is revisiting the PMF, and I know a big focus of debate has been, how do you adequately represent school performance for schools that have very different school populations? And by that, there are some that would argue a school with more at-risk students or students labeled at risk they just have a more challenging job to meet the bar. Looking at where performance is now versus where it may be next year with a new assessment, and the PMF or the charter board is rolling out a new PMF, like what are you all thinking, both in terms of your messaging, but also your approach and balancing that tension?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Parker. I want to acknowledge my colleague, Melody Sampson, who is our Chief School Performance Officer. She eats, sleeps, and breathes this conversation every day along with her team. I would say that the conversation that we're having today is really at the heart of why we want to have a more granular look at the performance of our schools. As you know, in the new revised accountability system, we are going to be paying attention to the performance of at-risk students. We're going to be paying attention to student groups overall in ways that we were not able to do or that we didn't do in the performance management framework. Naturally, that brings up a conversation with our schools precisely around what you're saying. How do you ensure that I'm not overly disadvantaged or overly advantaged depending on my student population? So our data and accountability team has really been looking at how do we emphasize achievement and growth in our accountability framework, but make sure that it is structured in such a way that it is not predictable just because of your student population that you're going to perform really high or really low on this. And so there are a lot of statistical things that need to happen to make sure that that's the case, but that's the work of our data and accountability team. I think where the tension comes in with any accountability system that seeks to provide consistent information on as diverse a portfolio as ours is to make sure that in that process, we're still able to highlight the good work that is happening at schools, even if performance isn't exactly where we need it to be right now. We've just discussed for hours that it will take some time for us to get to where we are, but we think we've built a pretty sound system to reflect the good work that's happening.
Let me ask a few follow-up questions.
Yep.
Is the charter board preparing to reset the clock, if you will? So knowing schools have to come up every 5 years or so
Yes.
For their evaluation, but you all are kind of changing the rules midway. So how are you balancing that tension?
Yes, that's a valid question. So first I want to name, we've been using accountability over this period of time. We had transitional goals that we looked at schools. And so we are going to be putting out our charter goals policy, which will name over the next few years how a school is going to be held accountable and how we're going to determine whether or not you meet your
So
goals.
is it safe to say that those charter goals, which a school sets for themselves, may have a greater emphasis than the PMF in these early years, given that it's new, while you work to get the kinks out?
Yes and no. And so if a school has used the performance management framework as its goals, then we will continue to use that assessment. If they've had their own goals.
Even though it's new?
Yes, and I was getting to that point. If they've had their own goals, we'll continue to assess them on that. Every school, regardless of which pathway they've chosen, will get a score on our accountability framework. And over time, while we are getting adjusted to the new framework, we will likely have multiple ways that schools can demonstrate performance as they learn this new system.
Okay.
It's more complicated than I can answer in your short time.
Make it seem a lot simpler, if that's a word, than it is. And so I don't envy your position because I think you're going to have a lot of difficult conversations. You're going to have a lot of difficult conversations, I'm sure.
I am having those, yes.
And this is, I'll end here on school support. As you know, I teamed up with the chairman to introduce legislation that would establish a school support office at OSSE. One of the questions that came up this week is like, isn't OSSE already doing this work? That's what I wanted to ask Dr. Grant, but she's not here. Chancellor, can you speak to what is the process and what is the work for schools that are within DCPS's portfolio that are underperforming? So like internally, what are you all doing to support low performing schools?
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Parker, for that question. So we collaborate with OSSE. OSSE provides additional resources and also progress monitoring. We have giving schools the opportunity to have some influence on their strategy, but it must be evidence-based. So for example, Blue High School, they have a focus on a strategy in partnership with Junior Achievement we call 3DE, which allows their students to collaborate with partners in the community to problem solve certain challenges that companies and organizations may have. So for example, they've helped organizations like Arby's and FedEx, UPS, Delta, like solve some of their company challenges, and that's built into their curriculum.
And I know OSSI has a pot of money that it gives to the bottom 5% of schools, out of 10 schools, 8 of which are DCPS, 2 are charters. In addition to that money, is DCPS putting more money into those schools?
We do provide additional resources. So for example, there's the dollars that the schools are receiving part of the support directly from OSSI, but for specific strategies that are connected to DCPS, we also provide additional dollars. We also have many of those schools that are part of our high impact tutoring priority schools. They actually have a high impact tutor coordinator for their school that ensures that there's fidelity of implementation of the model, and also they assist with scheduling. Now, if you look at the growth data from this year, I know they're biannually classification of schools, but I would project that most of the schools that were in that category, the last time received a rating, if we were doing that today, would not be in that category. I feel very confident in the progress that many of those schools have made.
So just thinking about process. So OSSI, let's say it's giving $300,000. Is that money coming through central office to those schools? And then that's one question. Part two of that is, are you dictating to the school how they have to spend that money? And I think to some extent the answer is yes, but
yeah, to some extent, again, like I said, we give schools the ability to influence the strategy, but it must be evidence-based, right? So,
and that money is coming through central office, or is OSSI depositing $300,000 to Burroughs? I know Burroughs is high performing, so that's why I'm choosing them, but so
yes,
they wouldn't be on that list, but
yeah, so it happens primarily through their budget allocation process. So when we do the budgets for schools, you'll see they get their uniform allocation, their base weights, and then there'll often be grants and additional dollars be allocated to the school. It often comes to them in that way.
and for those schools in the bottom 5% that are getting those extra dollars from OSSI, do they get all of that money? So let's say OSSI gives $300,000. Would a Henley, for instance, get all of that money?
It would depend if they are receiving services that are shared among other schools. So I would want to check exactly what that
Because
means
my
for each
interpretation,
schools.
and you can tell me if I'm thinking about this right, is OSSI says you have these 8 schools, we're going to give you $300,000 for each, and it's just dumped in the bigger pot, and then DCPS kind of divvies up money how it normally divvies up.
Doesn't happen that way.
Okay.
It would occur through the allocation process, but there are schools that share similar strategies
That might share resources.
Right, correct, that we may manage centrally, but it is not, we're holding the dollars and we make a determination. We do allocate dollars directly to schools.
And one last question here. So I know OSSI is identifying the bottom 5%. Is there a magic number that DCPS has for intensive school support internally?
We do. So we also tier our schools the same way we tier our interventions. So there's, somewhat of a tier 1, tier 2, 3 support model.
And how many schools is that, would you say?
Yeah, I would say about 20% of our schools are receiving the most intensive support from their instructional superintendent and our centralized support team.
So I'm going to ask you to do some of our homework. He's distracted. So for a council member that would say, why do we need to build out a school support office at OSSI? Isn't DCPS already doing this? Aren't charters already doing this? Isn't OSSI already doing this? What benefits do you think could come from a more robust support office from OSSI?
Great question. Dr. Grant and I have not talked directly about like the vision.
And she supports the vision, by the way.
Yeah,
so we're
yeah,
not speaking out of turn.
Yeah, she shared that with me. We haven't talked directly about what she sees the vision. I think what advantage it does provide is, it's just capacity, right? So if there's additional capacity to support schools, we welcome that, right? I think the important piece to call out is those efforts have been very coordinated between DCPS.
Do you
and
think
IC.
DCPS has sufficient capacity to support low-performing schools?
I think we have during the periods of the pandemic when we've had access to federal recovery dollars. I think that remains to be seen as we go into a new era in the absence of those resources. Because as I shared earlier, we're gonna have to make trade-offs. And interestingly, when we have those conversations, people immediately point to central services as the way to balance those trade-offs, right? Without acknowledging that they're a critical part of our school improvement strategy. And so I think we'll have to, weigh the benefits of those structures, but I don't anticipate having the same bandwidth. So for example, one strategy we have.
Final question here, just because I'm over time
Okay.
and the chairman's getting angry. So would you say it is a net positive for DCPS to have a centralized, more robust school support office at IC?
To have it at
That's a
IC or to
layup.
have it at,
That's a layup. Yes, to have it at IC to support DCPS schools, and they would support charters as well.
yeah, I think the efforts that Dr. Grant and I have been able to collaborate on have primarily been very successful.
Yes.
So I don't anticipate anything different.
Great.
That was a yes, that was positive.
That was a yes. That was super positive. And Dr. Walker Davis, I didn't ask you because I know the charter board doesn't function in that same capacity. But I would ask in closing a similar question. Do you think a more robust school support office at IC would be a positive for charters across the city?
I would say thank you for hosting the hearing so that we had, or chairman hosting the hearing so we had an opportunity to talk about that. I spoke to inviting more LEAs into that conversation so they could lift up specifically what they need. I would name that for our single site LEAs, having a place with resources for training and support could be very helpful. But again, I would encourage the council to hear specifically from LEAs about what they need.
That's two positives. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
But I give you a caveat. And the reason why I said Dr.
No, we
Grant.
don't want caveats, especially after 5
Because
o'clock.
I think you do have to have a leader in a spirit of collaboration between the state agency and the LEAs.
Ditto.
All right, so where we are here, Councilmember Parker, just so you understand, you're the last of the last round of questions. We actually got to this hearing a little faster than we thought we would. Since for some reason with the new hearing management system, there are a lot more people who sign up than actually show up. So we're still learning how to factor that, what the discount rate is on people who register to testify. So that's why you were able to get by a little bit beyond your 10 minutes, and then you're beyond your 12 minutes, and then beyond your 14 minutes. But be that as it may, thank you all for your testimony. And just for the record, this has been a hearing on academic achievement in the District of Columbia. The record will close at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, December 20th. The time is 5:32, and this hearing is adjourned.